Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Jim McKay.
Good evening.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:18 p.m., and with a quorum of the board present, I call the meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. I would like to say to our community watching us online and for those in the audience, the board desires and will continue to increase ways that we can achieve a civil discourse and maintain decorum. This is not a meeting of the board. This is a meeting of a board held in public, and as such, there should not be any disruption from the audience to allow us to conduct this meeting, which also includes trying to talk to members or people who are participating in this meeting. Board members, please refrain as well from interacting with others that are not recognized participants in the meeting at this time. We do have a robust or strong agenda this evening, whichever way you look at it. We will be moving through it. We'll be moving some items, of course, as we know we have speakers. That agenda item then might come up a little earlier on. So I'll just ask for your patience as we kind of skip around through the agenda, but we will be needing to move through the entire agenda tonight. Without further ado, we'll be moving into our opening ceremony with our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, I'd like to introduce the individual who will be leading us in our pledge this evening. Cadet Seaman Miley Jimmy of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance in the Texas Pledge. Cadet Jimmy is a freshman and second-year cadet. She joined the Lone Star Company as an 8th grade student at Henry Middle School. She is an honor graduate of the Navy JROTC Basic Leadership Training Course and serves as the unit's public affairs specialist. She is the co-commander of the unarmed drill team and a member of the color guard team. Cadet Jimmy has earned the Navy JROTC Exemplary Personal Appearance, Exemplary Conduct, and Outstanding Cadet Awards. Her active participation in the unit activities and commitment to service directly contributed to the unit's formal designation as a distinguished unit with academic honors during the school year of 2020-2021. Cadet Hanson's performance, Cadet Jimmy's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, her school, and the district. Well done, Cadet Seaman Miley Jimmy.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll move on to communication announcements. Superintendent Gehring, do you have any remarks?
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, I'd like to tell you a story, if that's okay. I had the great honor and privilege of visiting a couple of campuses this morning, and that really was a bucket-filling experience for me. And so I ended up in a kindergarten classroom at Winkley Elementary School, and a couple of the kids got up and did their mindfulness activity. I don't know if you remember, we had a little video here, and well, actually we had some kids here, and they demonstrated their mindfulness activity to us as a board team. And so they did that activity, and then it was time for them to go to lunch. And so the teacher instructed all these kindergartners to go get their lunch boxes. And so there's a little bit of chaos in the classroom. There's kids going everywhere. The teachers are helping. The aide is helping. And I turned around, and where we were before on the carpet in circle time, one little girl is sitting there, and she's just sobbing. I mean, just tears are streaming down her face. She's just sitting there. So I walked over to her and sat down next to her and was just chatting with her on the floor and asking her, you know, what's going on, and tell me why are you crying? And I see that hurts. And she said, I really miss my mom. And I said, I said, do you have a lunchbox? And she said, yes. And I said, well, you know what happens when you open up your lunchbox? And she kind of looked at me and said, no. And so I said, well, when you open up your lunchbox, all the love that your mom put in there this morning comes streaming out of there and goes right in your heart. And so her eyes kind of got a little big, and she looked at me and she said, my dad packed my lunchbox. And so I said, Dad's love is even more special than Mom's love. And that little girl got a big smile on her face, and we grabbed some other kids and we took a selfie in that classroom, and she was happy as can be and could go on. And her name is Mila. She then announced to me, Mila Stringer, who happens to be the daughter of our wonderful principal at Winkley Elementary School, Dr. Davina Stringer. I did not know that ahead of time, but she was quick to point that out to me. And so, of course, I sent that picture to Dr. Stringer, who had to be out today. And all that love came pouring out of that lunchbox. So thank you, Madam President.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody's going to be able to top that, but does anybody else, board members, any other remarks?
Tonight is the Leaf fundraiser at Whataburger, so if you're hungry, go get a Whataburger, or if you're at home and running errands, go to Whataburger in Leander and support Leaf.
A couple of committees that I'm on, the legislative committee, we are being update. The virtual education bill has moved out of the Senate and out of House committee and is scheduled to be debated tomorrow on the House floor, House chamber. The other committee is the subcommittee that I'm on. Anna and I are both working on operating procedures. I know there's been a lot of comments and questions out there, so we hope that we'll be able to bring more discussion before too long before the board on that. Also, I'd like to just do a wonderful shout out for the Danielson dedication. I thank you for some of the trustees who were there. I brought the brick again to remind us of just that great time that we had dedicating Danielson Middle School. I know we can't all be at everything, but I know we all get to attend some things, and it's just much appreciated when we can. So thank you, Anna and Alexis, for being there for that. The other thing is we will be continuing working on our evaluation, and I have this long section of code. I'm not going to read it. I'll just say it's section 11.1512 where it talks about evaluations. The different evaluations that's asked for the board to do periodically, and there's going to be 2 evaluations that we'll be talking about more immediately. The one evaluation we're going to do on the board is Donna's going to send out a questionnaire for y'all. It'll be based on the State Board of Education framework for trustees on what trainings we think we want. So you look at the list and you say, man, do I think this would be great that we work more on as a board? And then we'll look at that as a group and talk about what trainings we can have for our December meeting. So that questionnaire will be coming out to you from Donna in the next few weeks. The other one is at the end of this meeting, and it's how are we doing our meeting? Do we feel like we're conducting our meeting well? I don't anticipate we're going to get done super early this evening, so I don't know if we'll actually be discussing it. Do not worry, there's a link there that you can go ahead and submit your response to Donna, and that way we can still keep and start evaluating how are our meeting structures and how we can improve it going forward. And that's all the remarks I have.
Madam President.
Yes.
So first of all, at our Monday meeting, we had a number of speakers show up and make very impassionate pleas one way or the other regarding masks and other things. And at the end of a long and tension-filled meeting, in typical Jim fashion, I said whatever was on my mind, and I made reference to one of our speakers, Master Sergeant Thomason, who had spoke from a place of experience as a former intel officer in the military, and my words probably weren't the best choice of words. Master Sergeant Thomason called me out on it. We had a good email exchange. Us both being military, we understand each other, but he did point out that I was probably a little bit out of bounds on that, and so I wanted to offer a public apology to Master Sergeant Thomason. Completely unrelated, but equally important, our head nurse, our chief nurse, Kristen Wickets. I would ask that we all keep her and her family in our prayers tonight as they're dealing with some some private family issues, but she has been a rock for 18 months. She's working herself to near exhaustion. We're checking in on her daily. We need to get her to slow down, but she has such a love for her job and the children in this district that right now her and her family need our prayers and thoughts. So I would just ask that you keep her in your thoughts. And then finally, I want to talk about our Pledge of Allegiance and our Texas Pledge. And in both of those, there's the word indivisible. We claim that we are, as a nation and as a state, indivisible. I don't think some of us have gotten that memo lately because we seem to be doing all that we can to prove that wrong. I sit in briefings every day, world briefings, part of what I do in the military. And halfway around the world, people in Afghanistan are trying to flee their country by any means possible. And I guarantee you that the last thing on their mind right now is what books are in their library, what their mask situation is. These people have lost everything. That gives me some profound perspective. I appreciate those that have differing opinions, and I very much appreciate when you email us and you're willing to engage in an email exchange so that we can better understand each other. It doesn't do me any good to get emails from people that support me and say, hey, good job, Jim. That doesn't help me grow as a board member and understand diverse perspectives. But we can't have those conversations if both sides aren't willing, right? So I would just ask that we focus on the fact that we are indivisible as a nation and as a state. We'll get through this. Not everyone's going to be happy. There's going to be some bruised egos. People are going to be upset, but we will get through this. We have to be indivisible. So just some random musings. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to our citizen comments. This is the citizen comments portion of our agenda. Please note, there are other ways you can communicate with the board. I also think I would be remiss in saying that this is not the only way that our board is getting communication. We're not saying that the people who are coming to speak tonight are this sample of an audience or that sample. We're saying that this section is for our individuals who are here. It's a way for you to communicate, and it's set aside for us to hear from a section of a community that's here. We still get emails, as you said. We're still open for discussions in other ways, and you can reach out to the board and continue letting us know your concerns and issues. We are going to be restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note this format's not going to be a conversation. It's not a back and forth discussion. We ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We will ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. If after at least one warning from the presiding officer, any individual continues to disrupt the meeting by his or her words or actions, the presiding officer may request assistance from law enforcement officials to have the individual removed from the meeting. And as we all know, that's not where we want to get to. We can do this. We know how to get up here and talk and hear your points, and we can do this well, audience. I believe in us. Each speaker will have up to 1.5 minutes. It is my intention to respect and honor each person's time. To help streamline the process, I'm going to be calling up the speakers by speaker number. Please state your name at the beginning of your remarks if you want. Speakers 1 to 4, come forward. You'll have up to 1.5 minutes, and you will hear a chime. Please remember to end your sentence or your thoughts at the 1.5 minute mark. So please be on your last word when you hit that 1.5 minutes. Press the button on your mic to speak and push it again to turn it off when you conclude your remarks. I'm not sure if all the speakers heard me out there, but basically 1.5 minutes, talk to us, not the audience. And we'll start with speaker number 1 when you're ready.
Hello, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, Board of Trustees, and leadership team. I grew up in a community that was overwhelmingly homogenous. Most people had similar backgrounds and beliefs, and while I was not an outsider in that community, I witnessed firsthand the struggles of those who were. Many people did not understand those who were not like them, and as a result of that lack of understanding, they isolated people who were different. I have worked in LISD for 4 years, and coming here, I was so excited and grateful that our community is so diverse. I see students connecting with and learning from peers who are different from them every day. They share experiences and connect on a personal level while also growing academically. I too learn from my diverse group of students daily. This is why I love teaching, connecting with and learning from kids. However, I know that all of our students don't feel safe in every class. They are not always in an environment where they can focus on learning above all else. I want my students to be happy and successful more than anything, and adopting the diversity, equity, and inclusion policy is one step toward making that happen. Students need to know that as a district, we see who they are, we see their backgrounds and their cultures, we see all the aspects of their identity, and we affirm that identity. It is not our job to dictate which identities are acceptable or palatable. It is our responsibility to make students feel safe and welcome so that they can learn and grow. Adopting this policy would make a strong statement that we value all the members of our community and that we are committed to eliminating any obstacles that stand in the way of their success. This policy seeks to identify, address, and rectify the predictable disparities we see every day. We cannot wait any longer. Please vote in favor of the policy.
Hello, my name is Kate Ringer. I teach English 1 in Leander ISD, and I'm speaking today to voice my support for the adoption of Board Policy AEA to promote district-wide equity. In particular, I support the creation of the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion so that this policy is not one of empty promises, but rather of action. As a teacher, I am witness to inequities every single day on my campus. I have a class of 17 students and one of 33. We can all guess which group of students is going to have better learning outcomes. LGBTQA+ students' identities aren't respected or understood by many of their teachers, but nothing is ever done about it. Advanced and AP courses continue to be offered to a certain student demographic, while others miss out on the opportunities and advantages that these courses provide. Meanwhile, we send the same students to ISS and Leo over and over again and expect the outcomes to change. Every teacher knows that inequity exists, but it often feels like there's little we can do about it. If there were an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion within the district for teachers to collaborate with, then teacher leaders across LISD would be able to work together with the district to remove barriers to student success. Implement this policy. It just needs to be done. Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, thank you for listening to my comment this evening and for continuing to show up for our students and community even after Monday evening. I'm here to request that you please adopt the education equity policy presented to you tonight, including establishing an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This policy is the result of several committee meetings and feedback sessions and is ready for your approval. You all noted at a previous meeting that it is intentionally aligned to our district's core beliefs and vision, showing that the committee truly had LISD's community in mind. It is concrete enough to put protections in place and hold us accountable, yet flexible enough to meet the needs of our district as we grow. There was talk at a previous meeting of the policy, including many buzzwords that have been triggering to some in LISD in the year 2021. The truth is, though, that these words have held meaning to many in the community long before they were weaponized last year, and we should not reject a policy over misinformation. This is my 4th year in LISD and my 10th year in education. We have always used words like equity, inclusion, and access. This policy does a great job of establishing definitions for these terms and providing a resource that can be used in conversations with those that may initially oppose them. We should view this as an opportunity to educate, not an excuse for rejection. I am so excited that LISD has the opportunity to join most districts in our state in adopting an official education equity policy and establishing an Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. The fact that 3 board members with a history of opposing viewpoints came together to draft the policy with the committee speaks to the importance of this work and the validity of the resulting policy, and I look forward to your adoption of it.
Thank you, board. My name is Crystal Harrison, and I'm a parent at high schoolers at Vandergrift.
And I'd like to address some concerns about the educational equity policy scheduled for vote this evening, specifically item number 7, the Statement of Strategic Objectives. Because I only have 90 seconds, I won't have time to read it, but I do want to point out some of the flaws in this very long sentence. First, we need to define what hate speech is. And who's going to do that defining? Who's going to be responsible for reading people's minds to determine the intent behind their words? Does a difference of opinion constitute hate speech? Why don't we ask abstinent speaker Pam Stencil, who had 2 speeches canceled at Warwick High School in middle school because she was speaking over abstinence? What is a racial slur? Will we ban the words like cracker and banana and egg roll and sprout and waffle and apple and brownie and pizza and coconut and cold drink and cookie? These all come from the racial slur database. And there's more of them than I can count. Do we plan to cancel a quarter of the dictionary? Who gets to decide whether a comment was racially motivated or innocent? My own daughter came to me and said she was afraid to even call somebody by their race for fear that she'd be called a racist. She doesn't feel comfortable enough to use an adjective to describe a person's heritage. If we want our children to break down these equity barriers, then we should stop seeing color altogether and start seeing people, which brings me to my last point. Who's left out? If you remember back to your diversity training on June 5th, one of the exercises was to try to think of who is not at the table. You have an extensive list of who qualifies, but not everybody's in there. So I ask you before.
All right, thank you, panel. We will now be calling speakers number 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, speakers, I don't know if you heard my earlier opening remarks, but I will sum up by saying, please, at the 1 minute 30, be on your last word when you hear the chime. Remember to speak to the board and not to the audience. And when you're done, I believe Russell over here is helping y'all go out that way. So, all right, speaker number 5, whenever you're ready.
Dr. Gearing and board members, my name is Whitney, and I'm a mother of 2 in Leander ISD and a former educator. Specifically, I'm here to voice concerns with the educational equity policy. My concern is that this policy looks at students through the lens of what makes them different and tries to qualify any struggles or achievement gaps based on their identity, which is divisive. We need to ask ourselves, is this policy really necessary? Will it actually achieve the desired outcome? This policy is so vaguely written that it could be enforced in an incomprehensible number of ways. We are telling students that there is an inevitability of performance based on their perceived identity group. Another aspect of this policy that is concerning is the creation of a new position in the district, the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which essentially gives one individual the ability to decide what practices and strategies are applied in the name of equity. Whomever the district hires for this position will tell us everything we need to know about the goals of this policy. There are no checks and balances within this policy. Is this really the best way to spend taxpayer money? There is no equity in always looking at students through their group identity. Every student is an individual with a variety of unique experiences and characteristics that impact their abilities as well as their goals. When you focus on equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity, you inevitably lower the standard to the lowest common denominator. We should be focused on practical ways to fill achievement gaps and challenge all students. As a community, we need to be seeking out ways to unite our students and families, and I believe this policy undermines that goal. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your time and consideration today. I'm Patricia Sales. I'm a teacher and community member in Leander. I come from a huge family of Leander ISD graduates, and I love this district, but we can all agree that it isn't perfect, which is why I'm here to voice my support for the adoption of Board Policy AEA. It's a policy that will allow Leander ISD to ensure that students feel safe and accepted every day at school. From the countless stories I hear from my students every day, as to my own experiences as a Latina student and educator in this district, I can say with certainty that Leander ISD needs a policy that addresses the inequities and discrimination that affect the students across our district. I firmly believe that Leander ISD has a responsibility to take action and make the changes necessary to create more equitable learning and working environments for all of our students. But I also acknowledge that implementing equity initiatives is a complex endeavor. It's why it took so long for LISD to even create an equity committee, let alone get this equity policy in front of the board for approval. But the complexity of this problem is exactly why we need to adopt board policy AEA, so that LISD has a framework and the resources necessary to address and alleviate the documented barriers that stand in the way of student success and achievement. We must adopt an equity policy to communicate to our community that LISD is a place that welcomes and respects all students. You have the power to move our district forward. Please use that power today. Thank you.
Hi there. I also am a parent of Leander kids. I have 3 that are currently in the school system. And I kind of understand the reason for doing this, but I don't understand why this needs to come above the actual education of these children. I pulled an article from Education Week written by Mark Taylor on May 13th of 21. And the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development of U.S. Millennials in the Workforce tied for last in math and problem solving. The U.S. has the worst educated workforce in the industrial world. Let's worry about our academics, not this social stuff. We can have a class, we can have a club, but everybody, I'm not using my name today. I signed up as Mama XYZ because last year my son decided he didn't want to do the paper on the LGBTQ. Although he followed the outline of the assignment that was given, he chose a different book and he was penalized for that. I'm not giving my name or his name for fear of retribution, because if he doesn't go along with what y'all want to do, then he's gonna suffer academically, and that's not fair to him. That's reverse racism. That's all I have to say.
Let me start by addressing the new AP World History book. Having read some chapters, I now understand why children in our country have very low knowledge of world history and geography, which is where diversity can be learned in the right way and strengthened. World history is dense and should have more than a year to study. The present approved book provides very superficial information without much chronological order, which only makes it confusing. Chapter 15 mentions that Hinduism was more focused in South India and Islam in the north, which is incorrect. The book also refers to certain devotees who follow specific Hindu gods as cults. This is offensive. This is unacceptable, to teach wrong information about other culture, their history, with a cynicism to religion. The book is erroneous and disrespectful to world culture. How can we expect our children to understand diversity and have respect for other cultures, its people and regions of the world, when the information being taught is erroneous and incomplete? Instead of DEI, why don't we teach quality social studies to students with the correct and structured information that would perk their interest, rather than confuse and kill it? AP courses are a choice, and kids can switch to on-level if they find it hard. The board was addressed in June by one of those involved in vetting the present book, saying that the students found the previous AP Hug and World History hard, and the present book would be easier. Dumbing down is never the solution. The national average college dropout rate after freshman year is 30%, and the average college graduate after 4 years is only 41%.
All right, thank you so much, speakers. All right, we'll have our next panel come in. Panel 9, 10, 11, our speaker 9, 10, 11, and I believe 13 would be next. Thank y'all for coming in. Speakers 9, 10, 11, and 13. Looks like we're missing speaker 9. Okay, all right. Well then, thank y'all so much for coming. I don't know if y'all heard my earlier remarks, but I will sum up by saying please speak to us and not to the audience. And when the bell chimes, please be on your last word. When you completed your remarks, if you'll go over to that end, Russell will escort y'all back out that side. So thank you so much.
I will be reading a statement from a group of LISD teachers who wish to remain anonymous for fear of peer and administration retaliation. Time and time again, you don't listen to our opinions. You don't trust our judgment or our abilities to educate our students. Do you forget that we are educated individuals? And thank God we are, because we thoroughly read through the employee handbook, its updates, and the statements we were meant to agree to at the end. The first said, I have received the handbook. The second said, I will abide by what's in the handbook. And the third said, I agree to observe any current district safety guidelines to protect myself and others to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and other variants in the workplace, which is unethical given that there are no statements about COVID or the safety policies in the handbook. What are we agreeing to? What are the consequences if we don't agree? Why was this not clearly laid out in the legal document that is the employee handbook? Why were we not given the chance to sign the handbook without checking this box? And most importantly, why are you sneaking the policy without any guidelines or clarification? Why has there been no conversations regarding this issue? We will not sign without answers or clarity. We want answers and explanations. It is time you hear from the real majority and give us our choice. We come to work day in and day out without questions to be there for the kids. Where is our backup and our support? Thank you.
Speaker number 11.
Hi, my name is...
Oh, can you press your button? Is it pressed? Oh, okay.
My name is Gomti Mehta. I'm here to talk about the idea of equity over equality. So I grew up in slums in India. My dad carried rickshaw and my mom worked in a plastic factory. And after working hard every day, they still couldn't get enough food on the table for our family. You know, we're 4 brothers and sisters. We couldn't afford 3 meals, and if we could afford any, it was just barely rice or water down our throat to just swallow it. And it was really hard. And I was born as a Brahmin. My parents are Brahmins, and in India, we have caste system, but it's only in schools and in workplaces. When I was born and as I grew up, and before I went to school, I never thought I was different than anybody else. The only thing I knew that I was poor, but I thought everybody around me was same. And then when I got to school, my parents were so busy trying to get food on the table, they didn't have time for me or my brothers. I got myself admitted in school, and I started working right when I was 6 because I learned that I would get no financial help from the school. I would get no books, I would get no stationery, and I really needed all the support. And the tragic reality that hit me when I got in the school is that just because I was born as a Brahmin, I was not given any financial help, though I needed it desperately. And then there were people who, do I still have time?
I'm sorry, we'll have to keep the rules the same for everybody, but you can completely send us an email or reach out to me, and I will reach out to you to talk to you individually. We now need to move on to speaker number 13. We need to go to speaker 13. Thank you.
Madam President, before we move on, as a procedural, if we're talking about DEI as an agenda item, at some point, will she be able to speak to that?
This is our speak time right now for all the citizen comments. All right.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the ABC of equity, and there's half of the book. My husband's going to do the other half. Privilege is when a human being receives benefits and advantage from society based on a category like gender, class, or not having a disability. P is for privilege. Be aware of your advantages. Are you all teaching CRT on Leander ISD? Maybe Senator Hughes had good intel. When a baby arrives, the doctor will say it's a boy or girl depending on their understanding of the baby's body. This is their sex category. S is for sex. Sometimes the sex given by a doctor at a birth might not fit with who the person is. A male body may have been assigned the boy category, but their gender is that of a girl, or perhaps no gender assignment at all. T is for transgender. You know best who you are. Xenophobia is when a person is afraid of someone who has immigrated to their country, sometimes being scared of what they don't know or understand. Z is for xenophobia. Ask questions, you will see there's nothing to be afraid. Z is a way to refer to someone instead of using he or she, because there are lots of different ways, genders. There are lots of ways of describing someone, including he, she, they, z, and more. Z is for Z. Get to know she, he, zir, zer, they, and more. So that's it. My husband will read the other half, and then we'll have someone talk about this book on the Gesticulate and Leander ISD.
Okay, speaker 14.
Hi, my name is Louisa. I attended my first school board meeting on Monday, and I just want to ask y'all, have y'all been introspective at all why there's so many more people showing up to these meetings? Y'all have created division and controversy through authoritarian mandates. I am half first generation Hispanic and a quarter Irish. I have experienced the hatred that some people have for immigrants, and I've also experienced racism by being called a cracker. It's been a confusing experience. If y'all wish to celebrate ethnicity and heritage, that's wonderful. If y'all want to divide people based on something they have no control over, how does that make sense? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, panel. Right.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
The timer got off, but you can send us an email.
I'm just going to run in the next election because I don't think y'all are doing a great job, most of y'all.
We're going to move on to, remember, no outbursts. Please don't make me go into the warnings. We can do this. We've got it. We're almost there. We've got speaker number, is it 14? Mia? Or did we already hear 14? Then I'm going to say it's 15, 16, 17, and 18. Board members, I'll try to keep you up to date on the numbers, but I know that as they're bringing them in, they'll update our number system as well. All right, we'll start at this end, but before you begin, I will just go ahead and remind y'all that when it hits the bell, please make sure you've concluded your last word. The speaker will be cut off. You can talk to us. Please don't talk to the audience. And when you're done and concluding your remarks, Russell over there will help y'all go out the other way. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Peter Rackle. I have a third grader at River Place Elementary. And I want to say that the policy changes you're considering with AEA, EF, EMB, they're carefully worded to avoid the obvious, but I don't think you're fooling anyone. We know this is an attempt to pump critical race theory into the schools. CRT claims that the United States is fundamentally broken and unable to escape from its legacy of racism. But is that true? Or are the traditional American principles of equality, opportunity, hard work, and meritocracy the key to overcoming our current problems? Asian Americans offer a compelling answer to that question. Along nearly every measurable life outcome, Asian Americans outperform whites. Asian Americans have the highest income, lowest crime rates, and highest rates of post-secondary achievement. That's a strange sort of white supremacy. And why have they been so successful? Exactly because they have taken to heart the founding principles of America more than any other group. They have been committed to believing in the highest ideals that our country was founded upon, including that anyone who works hard can improve their lot in life. Ultimately, it's a lot easier to knock everybody down than it is to lift them all up, which is exactly what CRT will end up doing. And we're seeing it already. In California, they're getting rid of advanced math because it's dominated by whites and Asians. In Oregon, you can graduate without being literate because literacy requirements have a disproportionate impact on minorities. If we go down this path, it will end up destroying academics at LISD. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of a parent tonight. In the spring of 2021, I found out that a representative or representatives of LISD were allowing my child to be called a new gender identity, opposite of their biological gender. We were in shock. It was a violation of trust. As a school district, you have denied my family the possibility of psychiatric care for my child for at least a year, maybe 2 years. Have you trained your employees to deny parental rights? Have you as a district limited the ability of parents to provide care for their children? Your job as a school district is to educate children not to interfere in parental rights, nor is it to hide important information from families that you have been entrusted to educate. They are not your children. This is not a Marxist nation where parents have been simply delegated to house and feed their children. Have you thought about the liability of lawsuits due to your policies? Do you believe you have the right to allow your staff to interfere in medical care? Was it your intent as a district when you brought forth the medical agenda item to allow district employees to take students off campus for medical care to aid children in getting sex-change hormones? In their line you won't cross. Is there a line you won't cross? The American Psychiatric Association uses a diagnostic and statistical manual for mental disorders. The DMSV, according to Mayo Clinic, was created to help people gain access to necessary health care and effective treatment. Haven't you as a district interfered in my child's access to necessary health care because you hid this from my family? Dysphoria is a psychiatric disorder. How many other families are suffering, and the children are suffering, dealing with this in their homes too late because of your hiding important information? This has caused extreme mental distress and conflict in our home. And I'm not done.
Perla, whenever you're ready.
I am a product of public education. My schooling has extended between California and the state of Louisiana. There is a reason why my nieces and nephews do not go to public school in the state of California. They're recent graduates, just like my own children. And I have 2 high schoolers. Most of the teachers, I think all 4 of them, if I understood correctly, are from Glenn High School, and they're still telling you that there are inequities and problems at that school. And they are due to your lawlessness, to your continued breaking of the laws, whether federal or local or state laws. I requested, because there is no trust or transparency or integrity from this body, I have requested my children's curriculum, their texts, notes, anything that would give me a value that I could feel confident that I will no longer be attacked by associates of this school board. Same individual that attacked a parent last week or on Monday. So when I put in a request to review my children's curriculum, it was made into a public information request. An area superintendent sitting behind me notified me that it would be a PIR. I did not request my children's curriculum review via PIR nor through Let's Talk. And through federal law, USC 20-1232H, along with Parental Education Code from the state of Texas, Chapter 26, I am to review my children's curriculum, and I will...
All right, thank you, speaker number 17. We will now need to go to speaker number 18. Thank you.
This AEA local framework, as you call it, is just another far-left, feel-good tactic constructed to open up the floodgates of indoctrination and racism. Again, this board is creating solutions for problems that do not exist or exist in limited circumstances. The truth is, you are constructing a CRT-based racist curriculum that targets white Christians and academic excellence. The ownership of the past and present inequities are the inequities of the majority of the board and your hand-picked DEI committee. So let's take a look at the blatant hypocrisy that exists with this process. There are certain board members who continuously engage in behavior opposite of what you are promoting. Dr. Gearing has allowed teacher in-service training to include a slide that points to Christian church as the main culprit for white supremacy. Mindy Galati, who trained the board at the taxpayers' expense that babies are born racist. Dr. Gearing has apologized for being white and his white privilege. Bruce, you are compromised and you should immediately dismiss yourself from any of this process. If you hate America, feel free to leave. A fourth grade teacher sits on your DEI committee, called for folks to boycott white-owned businesses. We own 2 white businesses. We're white. Equity. How is it equitable for the district to continuously use small sampling of people for decision-making, including major policy changes?
All right, thank you, Speaker 18 and panel. Thank you all for your comments. If you want to go out that way, we'll go ahead and have our next 4 speakers. Speaker 19, 20, 21, and 22. All right, speakers, I'm not sure if you heard all of my comments, but I will also sum up by saying, please remember to direct your remarks to the board and not to the audience. And when the bell chimes, please be on your last word and conclude your last statement or your last word when you hear that chime. We'll go ahead and start with speaker number 19. Oh, and when you are done, you'll go out that way with Russell. Okay, go ahead, that's fine.
Hello, my name is Jeremy. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader in Leander ISD, and tonight I'll be reading from the ABCs of Equality book, some segments from it. One thing you'll also notice is that people experience multiple identities at all the same time. This is called intersectionality. You're not just one identity, neither are your parents, brothers or sisters, or your friends. Everyone should have the same opportunities to love, learn, and grow. No one should be treated differently because of where they come from or what they look like or believe. E is for equality, for you, your family, your friends, and the whole world. You are all saying equity in your policy tonight that you want to adopt. This policy will normalize information in this book from pre-K through 12th grade. Gender is a category that describes being a boy, a girl, both, neither, which is non-binary, and other identities. G is for gender. Be yourself. LGBTQIA is a short description of a range of identities to describe lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning intersex, and asexual. It's okay to be whoever you want to be.
All right. Thank you, Speaker 19. We'll let 20 go. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Gehring and board members. Thank you for allowing me the space to speak tonight. I would like to speak tonight on the equity policy that you are voting on tonight. This policy is necessary. For me, the approval of this policy is both personal and professional. I have faced barriers, been called names, and overly scrutinized based on my identity and my actions in creating safe places for my students. In this safe place, I've had students share with me their stories of feeling isolated and unseen because of their identity. When an 11 or 12-year-old is in tears because they are told they cannot be themselves in a class or a space, my heart shatters. When I look beyond my own experiences, I've heard numerous citizens share their own testimonies of racism, homophobia, ableism, and xenophobia. This is a real threat to the health of not only those people brave enough to speak here, but to our district and its stakeholders as a whole. The above stories are unacceptable in any space, but should absolutely be addressed with official policy. Just expecting others to treat others with kindness isn't enough. I'm thanking the board in advance for voting to adopt this necessary policy for the benefit of our entire LISD family.
All right, thank you, Speaker 20, 21. I'm sorry, can you press the button on the right when you start speaking? We're going to start your time over again. All right, whenever you're ready.
Hi, I live in Leander. I have 2 children going to middle school here. As presented to the board at the last regular meeting, EF local page 3, near the bottom of the page, given the possibility of parental notification of potential sensitive topics for middle school through high school, why is this not being provided for pre-K through high school? Tonight you read a book that its targeted audience is little ones. It's an ABC picture book illustrated to address elementary students. This book is in elementary classrooms and libraries across the district. This one book alone illustrates the need for the policy to protect all students and families. The book has critical race theory language. Example, privilege in it. We have heard board members supporting the let us read say that there is no CRT in Leander. That's a hashtag, let us read. This book disproves that statement. The book also discusses sexual identity and extensively. Some of the content is coded as a mental DSM psychiatric disorder. As board members, you should be asking for protection under EF, local for pre-K through 5th, from psychologically inappropriate content. These are children that are as young as 4 years old. A 4th grade teacher posted in March that she was buying the ABC Book of Equality for her class library. Teachers and leaders in the LISD liked her tweet. I think it's a book
Speaker
for
21.
a sex cult.
Thank you, Speaker 21. We'll now hear from Speaker 22.
Since I only have 90 seconds, we all agree that we want a safe environment for our children, and for the students and for the teachers. And as I read the policy. I've read it several times and trying to make sense of it and chew on it. And it sounds really nice, and in a perfect world, it would be so nice we could just write a policy and everything would work accordingly, the way you would want it. But I just don't think this is the way to do it. I just really feel like we need to be focusing on education. There are things that are going on in the school district that needs to be addressed that are under education. Like my son had a class last year and there was no teacher, there was no sub, there was nobody. The kids were just in the classroom. I mean, and my son is special ed, so I know the challenges of having a school that's properly staffed. And I feel like there's so many issues that needs to be addressed instead of just adding on top of that. Now, don't get me wrong, I think the policy can be a great thing, but at the same time, I just don't know if that's the answer. And one of the things I would really like to address is that, what about we can put like a counselor, not a guiding counselor, but like a counselor to help the children deal with some of these issues.
All right, thank you, Speaker 22. Thank you, panel. Y'all want to go ahead and step out? We'll call in our next 4 speakers. We have speaker number 23, 24, 25, and 26. All right, speakers, when y'all conclude your remarks, if y'all wouldn't mind, when y'all leave and we dismiss the whole panel, if y'all walk out that way towards Russell, we see his hand holding up, and he'll walk you out the side, and y'all can join up on the other side there. I don't know if you heard all my opening remarks, but I'll sum up right now by saying, please remember to direct your remarks to the board, not to the audience, and when the chime rings, please be on your last word. Thank you. You can start when you're ready.
I've done this like 5 times, give me a break. Critical race theory is a divisive and racist Marxist philosophy, and that is what you are infusing in your policies and procedures. In your AEA policy and practice, you stated the district will facilitate equitable access to co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Does this mean boys will be participating in girls' sports? Then you stated in order to ensure equitable practices regardless of demographics, the district shall actively monitor and work to eliminate the disparity of disciplinary referrals between demographic groups. What is included in your demographic group analysis of the child's world? It should include information about the family in regard to age, sex, race, education, location, employment, marital status, and household income. These are the closest demographics to the child. Please explain. If the disciplinary referrals were justified, as we assume they have always been, the purpose should be to allow few disruptions to the learning environment. What is the purpose of monitoring to envision disparity between groups? Let's just focus on having a supportive learning environment for all students. Is the intent to focus on group referral identification really an attempt to intimidate teachers so that few referrals should come for a particular group of children? What an easy answer to allow self-praising after an evaluation of the program. Control of referrals through intimidation of the teachers is so easy to achieve. In your AEA professional learning, you stated the district is committed to increasing its diversity and leadership by creating, supporting, and fostering programs that reflect our American society.
Greetings, Dr. Gearing and board members. I'm here tonight to support the importance of adopting the proposed DEI policy in Leander ISD. I have read the policy and I know that it aligns with Leander ISD's core beliefs. This policy makes sure everyone has access, which is key to creating a better, compassionate Leander ISD. I don't think anyone here wants to deny their children a great education. This policy will make sure that students are taught using the best practices for their education and that teachers and staff will feel supported in LISD. Let me use an example. My family shares the same blood, yet we are very different. I have 5 sisters and 3 brothers. It's a lot. I have biracial primos, which are my cousins, and sobrinos, which are my nieces and nephews. Several family members are part of the LGBTQI+ community. I have family members with disabilities. And my parents raised their children in a Catholic church. But today, in my family, we have multiple religions and beliefs. My father and mother taught my siblings and I, together we are better and stronger, and it is our differences and beliefs that make our family a family. Yes, we argue, and yes, we have hard conversations, but in the end, we respect each other and want to grow to be a better family for one another. In order to be an LISD family, the board needs to vote yes on the DEI policy. This will strengthen our bond as a community around a core belief of acceptance and inclusion. This is how strong families and strong organizations are made. To quote from the DEI policy, our teachers, I just want to say, adopting this as our
All right, our next speaker.
Hello. I am a very proud mom of a 2020 graduate, and I have another child still in the Leander Independent School District. And I want the very best for my kids. You want the best for your kids. That's why I'm here, and I know that's why you're here, for the best interest of our kids. So we have common ground. So I'm requesting that the wording in the policy be changed to match our common ground. In the EF Local, page 2, number 4, I am requesting it be modified to read as follows. In our kids' resources, mature sexual content and pornography shall not be allowed, and violence and profanity shall be at an absolute minimum. In the AEA Local, page 4, number 4, I'm requesting it be modified to read as follows. The district will commit to recruiting and hiring and retaining the most qualified and experienced staff. Let's be most concerned about the content of our teachers' character
and teaching skills instead of evaluating their skin color.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
Based on the purpose of AEA, it is clear what the intentions of this board and district are. You continue to promote a culture of division and racism. You've already stereotyped the citizens, staff, parents, and children who come into this district. You're creating a culture of the things which you say you want to eradicate, yet creating a policy that further divides our community. The entire section, Commitment to Educational Equity and Acknowledgement of Historical Inequities, works from the false assumption that the district and community are racist, bigoted, inequitable, and unaccepting. It's a false premise with no proof, just an assumption made to create a policy in the name of appearing to be accepting. LISD is already open and accepting, which is why we are a destination district. This is further proof that LISD is not a district of inequity, as you suggest. At taxpayers' expense, you want to create a new position at $145,000 a year in an ODEI, Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Neither are needed. By doing so, you are creating a problem and attempting to provide a solution for issues that do not exist. As you referenced on page 4 of AEA draft, we already have policies and processes in place to combat the very things listed in this policy. And I think it's time for teachers and students to go on strike.
All right, thank you, speaker. All right, panel, if y'all please stand up and go out that way. We'll call in our next 4 speakers. Speaker number 27, 28, 29, and 30. Speaker number 27, 28, 29, and 30, and y'all can go ahead and come up to the table. It's okay if you're not in the same order. I know some of y'all heard my remarks, but I will just say to please direct comments to the board, not to the audience, and when the chime goes, please be on your last word. When you're done, if you're leaving over to the side, there's Russell there, and he'll escort you out, or you can return back to your chair. Thank you. And you can start. We'll start on this end and move down. Thank you.
In the AEA draft, it states, the district will choose a wide range of learning materials that reflect the diversity of our American society. Any person with an ounce of common sense knows what this refers to. In fact, it is now against the law, as indicated in HB 3979, which goes into effect September 1st. We will not allow you to sneak these ideologies into our classrooms to indoctrinate our children. 2 meetings ago, it was suggested by a citizen to have this policy reviewed by the Attorney General's office to ensure that we weren't breaking the law, only to be scoffed at by the Vice President of this board. Is that really an unreasonable request? What is the problem with asking if this will be violating any laws? If this policy is illegal, why are you implementing it? And who gives you authority over state law? You may think that we, the parents, are inept, and I assure you we are not. If you haven't figured out that by now, it's time for you to take a step back and reanalyze. Since you have forgotten, let me remind you that the role of this district is to educate students. It is not a place or your place for social justice teaching. That is the parents' responsibility. You have written a policy that establishes an office based on false assumptions and bias, assuming the entire district and its citizens are racist, intolerant, prejudiced, and full of bigots. Let it be known, by approving and passing this policy, you continue to cultivate and promote an unhealthy environment in this community by pushing your opinion and ideologies onto us and our children. How many times do you need to be shamed due to your brazen attempts to indoctrinate our children?
Hello. An LISD parent says, I am writing to express my deep concern regarding new LISD policies under consideration. If you were to list all of the most dangerous and destructive ideas of the 20th century, tribalism would top that list. Millions of people have died because those thirsty for power pitted one group against another based not on differences in character, but on immutable characteristics. The fires of tribalism are stoked by propaganda that paints the most damning picture it can of a group with specific immutable characteristics. 2, encourages treatment of individuals as exemplars of their damnable group. And 3, provides a way to blame all of life's troubles on that damnable group and its members. Make no mistake, when the new policy speaks of disaggregated data, it is specifically talking about segregating, despite its studious avoidance of that word. Segregating students based on their immutable characteristics. All that follows after flows from this initial deeply misguided division. Procedures and responses will be put in place based on this division. Those procedures will not be based purely on disparities, though that would be bad enough. Rather, they will be based on identity-predictable disparities. In other words, based on only those disparities that are of particular concern to the one pushing the policy. This is deeply divisive. We can do better if our children are to be educated so that they have the tools they need to address the world problems like tribalism from more than one narrow perspective. We must do better.
All right, thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Proposed AEA Policy Objective 1.4 states the district will intentionally commit to recruiting, hiring, and retaining qualified and experienced staff who reflect the diversity of our American society to support a culturally responsive workforce at all organizational levels. The district shall report annually on the recruiting, employment, placement, and retention of persons, including underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. AEA recruiting, hiring, and retention practices is of most concern. This policy sets a diversity objective in the language, diversity of our American society, which by inference sets a soft quota. Based on the policy as it is written, the intent of who to hire is clearly defined. This means the district would be actively recruiting and hiring based solely on race, ethnicity, and other qualifications as stated in AEA. This is not equity, this is discrimination, even if in the name of diversity and equity. As a reminder, according to both the Equality, Opportunity, Employment Legal Texas, as well as FFD Legal, it is unlawful employment practice for a district to fail or refuse to hire or to discharge any individual because of such individual's race, color, national origin, religion, sex, age, disability, or genetic information. Secondly, to hyper-focus on these categories of diversity, you are naturally disqualifying well-educated, experienced teachers that may not fit the hiring profile based on AEA hiring criteria. The district has put themselves in a situation to potentially lower the quality of the staff by blindly following a quota-based.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Finishing lower the quality of our staff by blindly following a quota based solely on whatever categories the DEI arbitrarily deems diverse enough. Don't all students deserve the very best teacher we can put in every classroom despite gender, race, or ethnicity? Selecting the most qualified, best teachers for the job seemed the most defensible hiring strategy. Lastly, the standard, as stated in policy, is to reflect the diversity of our American society. Establishing standards based on national demographics is unattainable, considering that our LISD is not comparable with the national numbers. So who determines the standards? The one DEI officer? You are creating a position at taxpayer expense to the tune of $145,000 a year minimum with unlimited power to expand that office. This office is set to live in perpetuity, as we can never attain the goal of meeting national standards, therefore always having the justification of this office and the officers therein. Is that the intent? If the ODEI is to hold the entire district accountable to unattainable standards, to whom is the ODEI accountable? Where are the checks and balances? Ask yourself, is it not in itself considered biased and discriminatory to fill a quota? Do policies violate aspects of OEA, FFD, and constitutional civil rights? Are we not systematically discriminating against perfectly good qualified candidates? To who is the ODA accountable?
All right. Thank you very much, speakers. If y'all want to go out that way. We've got our next four speakers, number 31, 32, 33, and 34. All right. All right, speakers, remember to direct your remarks up to the board and not to the audience. And when you hear the chime, please be on your last word. When you get ready to leave, if you're going to exit the room, Russell will be standing over there and show you all the way to exit out. Thank you so much. We'll start over here and then go down the end.
Hello, my name is Laura Garcia Davis. I have 2 kids in Leander schools. I am here today to speak up against equity versus equality. I believe that equity is a foolish objective. We could take 3 people with the exact same outer characteristics, backgrounds, and similar life experiences, give them custom opportunities, and still get 3 different outcomes. I know this because I've lived it. Although my cousins and I grew up together with similar socioeconomic backgrounds, looked similar, and dealt with the same racism, our lives have turned out very differently. Why? Because of one factor, my mother, and we all know the government cannot replace parental guidance and choices. Just in case one might think that maybe I had it easy, let me share a bit of my story. My paternal grandmother was illegal, yes, illegal. She came to the U.S. against the law. My father only had a high school degree and we were poor. No air conditioning in South Texas heat, poor. Holes in the roof, poor. I'm close to 50 and I have been called the N-word more times than I have fingers. I know of racism, I know of prejudice. But I also know of freedom. I know of the freedom to make my own choices and the freedom to demand my rights and to not have anyone legitimately make assumptions of me based on my skin color. Do not legitimize that act. No one.
I would like to address the board about its educational equity philosophy. I'm concerned that it needs to be revisited or it will result in practices and policies that harm the educational experience for all students in the district, including the students it purportedly claims to be helping. The problem the philosophy identifies is made very clear by its statement. Identity predictable disparities between student groups in Leander ISD is unacceptable. We should immediately ask when a problem is presented, is this actually a problem, and how big of a problem is it? To help illustrate this, I'm going to cite Thomas Sowell from his book, Discrimination and Disparities, the best treatise I have found on the topic of disparate outcomes. This book, he cites multiple studies which show that students' educational outcomes are highly correlated with the amount of hours they study at home. Asian students studied the most and performed the best. Some ethnic groups studied less and did worse. Whites were somewhere in between. In a just and fair world, there is no problem here, and general students are simply being rewarded for their hard work. That some identity groups perform better than others on average is apparently mostly irrelevant. The data shows study harder and get better grades. It would actually be unjust and unfair to artificially attempt to eliminate these disparities simply because they exist if they are in fact based on things like work ethic and study habit. Thomas Sowell clearly shows that identity predictable disparate outcomes are not necessarily bad, let alone unacceptable. The next issue I have found is this. Basically, Leander ISD says these outcomes are primarily caused by systemic inequities. This claim has no evidence behind it. In fact, evidence shows, empirical data shows that in America, other factors like cultural values, life size choices, and your geographic differences are far more impactful on your outcomes than race. If LISD's equity philosophy gets the problem wrong and it gets the cause wrong, then you can imagine it's going to get solutions wrong, and that's why I think it needs to be revisited. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready. Can you press your button? There's a on the right. And don't worry, we'll start your time over again. Ah, there you go. Okay.
Hi, I'm Herman Ruprecht. I'm a long-time volunteer and substitute teacher in the school district. I've spent about 6,000 hours as an unpaid classroom volunteer and many days as a substitute teacher. I'm in my 10th year as a volunteer, most of it in the math department at Cedar Park High School. I know that during these years I've made a difference in the lives of many students. I'm here to thank you for enacting a math requirement for LISD as did many other districts. Unfortunately, this requirement is not enforced in the schools our grandchildren attend. Science shows that vaccination and masks are the best way to prevent the spreading of the virus. This virus poses a great danger to students, teachers, staff, and whether vaccinated or not. I came here today as I came to a state legislature 30 years ago when I asked the senators to pass a seatbelt law, which at the time many people opposed. My wife had been killed in a car wreck. I know my testimony before the state senate came too late for her. Seatbelts didn't become universal until the use of them was enforced. I hope that you will enforce or ask the administrations to enforce the requirement for masks, and I beg you to enforce the use of masks. I would love to be able to work with our children and together with their teachers awaken the love for math.
All right, thank you. All right, our next speaker.
Board of Trustees and Dr. Gehring, thank you for your time and consideration. Also, thank you for voting for the mask mandate. I would like to say that on the topic of mental health, that active shooter drills have done more damage to kids' mental health than masks ever could. I would also like to see a virtual option for future meetings, as this is not safe, and we all know it. I am here to speak in support of Leander's DEI policy and ask the board to do this, and ask the board to vote. To begin, I would like to make it clear that DEI is not the same as CRT. CRT is taught at the university level and not pre-K to 12. My journey with DEI and LISD began in 2016 when some kids at LMS yelled at my son, "Trump won, get ready to be deported." That was the light that started my fire. I now have a personal investment in these policies, and like many of you, donated my personal time in the creation and support of said policies. DEI policies allow for the appropriate protections to be put in place to support those that need it the most. These policies also demonstrate LISD's commitment to all students. And I want to leave you with a quote by James Baldwin: "A teacher who is not free to teach is not a teacher."
All right, thank you so much, panel. If y'all want to go out that way. And we have our next four speakers. Speaker number 35, 36, 37, and 38. And for consistency, if you do end up leaving, please follow Russell when you go out. Remember to speak to the board. And when it hits 1:30, please conclude your last word. And we'll start over here and go over. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees of the board, Madam President, Superintendent Gehring. I am speaking in support of the passage of the AEA local policy concerning equity. The common thread that binds every major issue in this district comes down to access. As the governing board of the district, it is not just a priority of the board, but a requirement of the board to make sure that every single student in this district has equitable access to education. Guiding policy is key. Tonight, you have before you a well-crafted and vetted equity policy. This policy is essential to our district. When issues arise, community members, staff, or guardians often alert the board. Each of those personal stories they carry with them are meaningful and important, but decisions of a governing board are not made to cater to the loudest voice in the room or even the majority of voices in the room. In fact, a case can well be made that the job of the board is to consider carefully those we don't get to hear from just as much as those we do. Those left out, left behind, not considered. They all matter just as much as the rest of the population you serve to ensure that every single student has equitable access to education. Every student, every color, every religion, including those who don't subscribe to one, every level of income, every level of trauma, every level of ability, perceived or diagnosed, every single student. Thank you, and I look forward to the passage of this policy tonight.
Good evening, Dr. Gehring, Madam President, and Board of Trustees. I want to begin by thanking you for your time and energy you have given to our district, especially lately. As a 17th year teacher here in Leander ISD, I'm here to support your vote for our district's diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. I cannot tell you how excited that I am that we are finally doing this here in Leander. As a member of our district's DEI committee, I have seen all the work, time, commitment, passion, empathy, and research that has gone into this policy. Our fantastic Gloria and David Barnes and the policy writing team volunteered extra unpaid time, as you board members know how that is, to ensure this DEI policy protects each and every child. Voting yes shows that you have empathy and compassion. Voting yes demonstrates you are here for every child and their success. Voting yes shows that you care about all your teachers and staff. Voting yes exhibits your love of the true, diverse American culture and history. Voting yes protects our children from hate, bigotry, and prejudice. And most of all, voting yes can save lives. It's imperative that you follow what our community and, more importantly, our students have already expressed they wanted and needed, a policy against hate and for the understanding and love of all. I know each of you, Anna, Alexis, Aaron, Trish, Jim, Gloria, Christine, will vote yes to our diversity, equity, and inclusion policy and prove that Leander ISD is truly no place for hate.
Hello, everyone. I'm a Rouse High School senior, the co-chair of our PTSA Diversity and Equity Committee, a transgender student, and a member of the LISD community, one of the few in this room who will actually be affected by the debated DEI policies. I am here to voice my support of them. LISD's black and brown populations fall into the same academic pattern that we see across the country. They fall far behind their peers in AP, IB, and on-ramps enrollment, exam scores, and general performance. It is your job as the board to make LISD a conducive learning environment. Do you truly believe that environment in which black and brown students face statistically predictable shortcomings in their grades can accomplish that goal? Are you sure you are fulfilling your responsibilities to all the students in LISD? As a senior, it is my own responsibility to protect my underclassmen. Part of that is fighting for their humanity, dignity, and right to a fair education. As it stands, if I don't do it, I genuinely don't know who will. What I am not asking for is compassion or empathy. What I am asking for is that you operate with a level of intelligence and maturity that should already be expected from the adults overseeing the education of my peers. Do your job and protect the children of LISD. Vote yes on these new DEI policies. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Izzy. I'm a Rouse High School student. I am also president of the Gay Straight Alliance at my school. Diversity and inclusion policy shouldn't have to be a debate. It should be the bare minimum to protect the students in this district. School board members are notorious for not having been educated in education for students. In addition, because of the society we live in, I will have to assume that everything will come down to money here because that is what I have been taught. So here's a benefit for you besides keeping afloat LGBTQIA+ students like me who are being harassed for not conforming to antiquated notions of gender roles and how they should express themselves. Do you want to deal with angry protests about bigoted teachers and students? Create a DEI office and pass these policies. Do not let angry parents who are the minority decide how I should be taught. Let teachers tell you about policies. Let students tell you about policies. Because there are way more students and teachers interested in diversity and equality than there are angry people. And the exponential rapid growth of our high school Gay Straight Alliance can show you that. These policies are just the first steps to educating my peers about heroes and icons like Marsha P. Johnson and Alan Turing. It is the first step to reassuring my friends that they don't need to fear being who they are, that they are loved and accepted and can actually be whoever they are, whether that be gay, trans, or straight. And they can be whoever they want to be and present how they want. Tell my friends, my peers, that they will be loved and accepted and protected by their teachers and during school. Do your job, protect your students, pass these policies. You will be on the wrong side of history if you do not.
All right, speakers, panels, thank you so much for your coming out this evening. We'll do our next 4 speakers. We've got speaker number 39, 40, 41, and 42. All right, for consistency, when y'all get ready to exit the room. If you do, when you get done speaking, follow Russ over there and he will lead you out. Remember that you want to speak to the board, not to the audience. And when you hear the bell ring, please be on your last word. And we'll start over, or chime. We'll start over here on this end and move across. Thank you.
School board, your motto should be divide and conquer. Everything you're doing divides our kids, teachers, and community, and we're not going to comply or submit. Who do you think you are, thinking it's okay to push socialistic ideals? Equal opportunity is not equal outcome. Equal outcome is socialism. You are deceitfully sneaking in perverse progressivism and critical race theory only to desensitize our kids. Well, Dr. Gearing, I'm white, my family is white, and we love Jesus, and we're not apologizing for any of that.
Outburst, audience, please.
Every child must have the American opportunity to a great education. You cannot manage the outcomes to make sure they are equal. And disciplinary referrals are going to be based on race or gender identity. You're creating excuses for children that bad behavior is okay and not their fault because of race, etc. You're creating deviants who won't be able to function as an adult in society. We need to be raising kids with good character. Misbehavior needs to lead to consequences. Victimization leads to entitlement ideology. This does not belong in LISD.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Crystal Howard, and I'm the parent of 2 kids attending elementary and middle school in Leander School District. I'm also certified in DE&I by Cornell University, and I'm here to affirm how vital it is that diversity, equity, and inclusion policy gets approved. LISD is a growing school district with increasingly diverse student body, and it's important that we strive for our curriculum to be a representation of all of our students and for the district's policies to support success of all students. This would be a true reflection of the growing diverse community that the board serves. Let's create a safe, inclusive environment for all students where they're able to thrive and, most importantly, feel seen and heard. Last meeting, I heard a lot of board members bringing up the fact that it's your role to create a safe environment for all students. This is your chance to ensure every student gets the emotional safety that they deserve when they come into school every day. The time is now for Leander ISD to catch up with the DE&I curve. Other neighboring districts are already championing this initiative. We need to get on board and consider the diverse community in which we all live in. Not only do we need to get on board, but we need to raise the bar here in Texas and set the standard for what diversity, equity, and inclusion needs to be within a school district. Please vote yes to this DE&I policy. It should be a no-brainer. And just to educate everybody else, because I've listened to so many people talk about DE&I, it's more reason and evidence that we need this policy because there's so many uneducated people in this community.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your time and effort and energy this week. First, I want to say you guys have been working for 3 years on improving things across campus, and we have seen that with the updated dress code. We have seen that with the updated policies in TASB. We have seen a lot of change. It has been a slow process. It has been asked, and you guys are following through. The best evidence I have to support the DEI education is listening to the parents against it, despairing, our identified, marginalized groups, intersectional groups. We have had people up here saying negative things about our LGBTQ population. We have had people up here saying negative things in general, and truly, I think it's a lack of understanding. I do not think it's hateful. But it's hard to provide equal outcomes or equal opportunities when you have one kid that doesn't have lunch unless they're in the school building and another kid who has a refrigerator full and plenty to give away. Those things like food really impact a child's ability to learn. So until we're educated and know that and can lift kids up so they start on kind of level grounds, it's hard to give them the opportunity to fall where they will on the success. So please vote in the DEI policy tonight. It is definitely needed.
I'm Sheila Pogson. The AEA policy, which uses the word equity 25 times and parents 0, should not be implemented without a clear understanding of the changes it will bring to this district. I've watched how the use of this term equity has increased in popularity to signal virtue and alliance. But equity is not always just, and justice should not be denied in the name of equity. On January 21, each of you gave your definition of equity in a meeting here. You remember? Each definition was vastly different. Yes, it's the centerpiece of this policy. Thomas Sowell says, statistical disparities in outcomes extend in every aspect of human life. In Major League Baseball, for example, black players hit home runs with significantly greater than white players. The AEA policy would have to actively work to eliminate this inequity of outcomes. Your advisory committee claims they need this policy in order to make the changes they want to make. What changes do they have in mind? Please help me understand what problems we have that can't be guided by the policies already in place. You have fewer Asians in sports or LEO, but more in PACE math. Are you planning to deny equal opportunity or equal protection under the law?
All right, panel, thank you so much. All right, we have, I think, 2 more panels left. So we are now needing speaker 43, 44, 45, and 46. (43, 44, 45, and 46. Up here to the front. Thank y'all so much. All right. Do we have speaker 43, 44, 45, and 46? I feel like we're missing a speaker, but I'm going to go ahead and get started. Okay. Please remember to keep your remarks to the board, not to the audience. And when you hear the chime, be on your last word. We'll start over here, and then y'all can continue. Thank you. When you get ready to speak, be sure to press your button. So we'll start with you. Oh, that's okay. We'll start with you.
All right. Good evening. As a parent at Leander ISD, I am here to support the educational equity policy. It is well past time for this. We've been listening and collecting data for years. It is now time to prioritize the BIPOC students who continue to experience racism in our hallways, the LGBTQIA+ students who cannot freely be who they are, the special needs kids who want to be included just like everybody else. All of them and more, they're just kids who want to feel safe and accepted in their schools. And from personal experience, I can tell you if the kids do not feel safe, they are not learning. If you still waver on this policy, look around. How do you think our marginalized students feel watching and listening to these meetings? How supported or safe do you think they feel, especially with those who have braved this platform to ask you for help and instead are met with, "We need more data," or "I'm sorry you feel marginalized"? And if you are wavering still, think about how many students or parents want to speak up but don't, because not even this room is viewed as a safe place for people anymore. Had this policy been in place a couple of years ago, I believe that my own son wouldn't have been subject to the harassment he endured. He would have been accepted for exactly who he is without having to fight for it on a daily basis. Diversity, equity, and inclusion means more for those who need it. It does not take away from anyone else. The fact that any children are still experiencing discrimination and racism while they are in the care of this district is unacceptable, and it's our job to fix it. I'm proud of the work that has been done for this policy, and I urge you to vote yes.
My name is Ashley Ulbrich, and let me begin by saying the temporary required masking of this district is an abusive and criminal violation of Executive Order GA38, which plain as day says no school district may require a person to wear a face covering. This forces me to publicly withdraw my consent to be governed by this council. I do not recognize your authority nor any rule laid forth by this council, including my right to exercise my First Amendment right with any time limit that I see fit. While attempting to organize with like-minded parents to attend this meeting, I was canceled by apps like Nextdoor and my post deleted because why? I commented a screenshot from the CDC itself, illuminating us all to the fact that they are withdrawing their EUA for the PCR test at the end of this year. They instead encourage laboratories to adopt a multiplexed approach that can detect and differentiate between influenza and COVID. What else could that possibly mean to you other than that the PCR never could diagnose COVID? And in a study in April of 2020, disgusts me to say that, it was said that to confirm 100% real positives of the PCR test, it must be run at just 17 cycles. Anything above that, the accuracy drops dramatically. At 33 cycles, the accuracy rate is a mere 20%, which means 80% are false positives. The mandated covering of the noses and mouths of our children is not about fact-based science, it is abuse. I implore you, redact your mandatory masking of this district, not because...
All right, Ashley, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask you to stop, or I'm going to need to ask you to please leave because we need to respect all of our speakers who are here to speak. All right, thank you. All right, we need our next no outburst. No outburst. We're almost done. Thank you, audience, and we'll go to our next speaker. Thank you.
Hello. The language found in both EF and AEA is a violation of HB 3979. The new language in EF, duties, responsibilities, rights, and privileges, specifically violates HB 3979, which states that a school district may not make part of a course, political activism, lobbying, or require students to engage in training that presents any form of race or sex stereotyping. EF Local also fails to identify protected information defined in EF Legal, political affiliations, mental and psychological problems, sex behavior attitudes, i.e. pronouns, religious practices, affiliations, and beliefs, and income. EF Local also fails to inform parents that this information cannot be required or coerced from their children without written parental consent. AEA goes a step further. Review current data, conduct root cause analysis, develop strategies, and analyze. According to the Office of Human Research Protections, this constitutes research of human subjects and requires institutional review board approval. The district does not have carte blanche to access our children's data. This data is identifiable and protected, and children are considered vulnerable populations according to federal laws. On several occasions, I have said that the district has one job: to educate our children. We are not sending our children to school to be guinea pigs in the district's social justice experiment. If the district moves to approve this policy, I hope that all parents know this is a reportable offense, because we know there will be no stopping them using your children for their human subjects research without your written informed consent. If this policy is approved, parents should contact the Office of Human Research Protections and report the violation.
All right, thank you, panel. Audience, I'm serious, thank you. We need one more panel. We're almost there. We need speaker 46, 47, 48, and 49. John, I see that we've lost some of our, there's been a name, so if there's somebody else who needs to speak, if y'all would just let me know, otherwise this is the last panel. This is it, okay. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll start. As I've said earlier, please direct your remarks to the board, not to the audience, and when the bell chimes, please make sure you're on your last word. We'll start here at the end and go over. Thank you so much.
Questions centered around acknowledgement of historical inequities in the AEA policy. LISD acknowledges and takes ownership of the past and present inequities that exist in our system. What does this look like? This is a policy. Policies define a hierarchy of authority or parameters for action. It sets boundaries or stipulates next steps for specific events. Will the ODEI have any authority to change the atrocities of the past? Or is this a tactic to gain control over curriculum? Are you using historical inequities to identify current local racism, intolerance, bigotry, and prejudice you propose to eradicate? What exactly is the purpose of this acknowledgement? The premise stated here, quote, "These inequities have resulted in disparities in the educational and societal advancement of all of our students." That's an assumption that denies a multitude of factors at play and mistakenly defines disparities as unjust. How is this helpful? Yes, racism exists. Yes, racism is atrocious. Yes, there are racist individuals in our community. And if you can identify a racist policy or a system from the school board to the federal courts, I will stand next to you to fight it. But I will not stand for this policy that promotes racism under the facade of anti-racism and prejudice under the guise of inclusion. Number 7 of Objective 1, Policy and Practice, lists who is more equal than whom. That is prejudice. Section 10 of Objective 3 states the district shall create opportunities for all students and families, and then goes on to say, including but not limited to the families of color and those whose first language may not be English. That's racist and prejudiced. I don't understand why you had to add that. Are you suggesting they don't fall under the category of all students? Now, I appreciate the bulk of this policy, but most of what it says, please delay.
Hi, I'm Alessandro Sanchez. I'm currently a senior at Rouse High School. I wanted to return back to a certain comment which was said at the beginning of this. They stated, we need to stop seeing color altogether and judge people for people. As simple as you make it seem, that's not the reality. You can't disregard a person's skin color because our skin color carries history. It's part of who we are. I will not allow you to neglect our skin color just so you can stop feeling so uncomfortable and intimidated by someone who isn't white. Second, speaking as a member of the LGBTQ community, I feel like it is very important for me to say that for our non-binary students, they deserve to have a safe space as they are comfortable with going to the restroom. There is no reason that anyone in this room or anyone in general should feel the need that they get to box non-binary students into a certain restroom or into a certain gender that they do not acquaint themselves with. That is disrespectful towards a student, and that does not show that you are truly reaching equality for these students. There's absolutely no space for you to feel the need that these students do not deserve their own area to allow these students to be comfortable in a restroom is what they deserve. And if that's truly something that you put your pride on, then I need you to prove that, because these students do not feel safe if they have to be forced into a box. Thank you.
I assume this is the button. Hi, my name is Petersburg. It's been a long time since I've talked to you guys. In fact, I think I only know 2 of you anymore. So here I am. I'm going to read to you a couple random notes from my phone that I put together today. I'm not sure why, but CRT seems to be kryptonite, right, to a lot of you. And that's a problem, right? Let me explain what you believe in. If you go back to the 1930s but substitute all whites for the Jews, that's what you have in CRT. Seriously, what could go wrong? CRT uses blacks and other people of color, BIPOCs if you wish, as human shields, okay? To further an unrelated goal. That is, to the systematic and systemic, I love that word, government replacement, right? They don't really care that much about blacks or anybody else. They care about replacing your government. So you are the unwitting enablers, otherwise known as the useful idiots, if you go back to Lenin's time. Like mathematicians creating new logic systems, we got a bunch of academics having wet dreams, creating things like CRT, okay? Why are we falling for this? I don't get it. CRT teaches hate. Teaching hate, I believe, I would consider at least to be child abuse. At 13 seconds left, I'll never make it. So I'm just going to kind of jump down here to the end. I believe in Martin Luther King and his philosophy. I believe in color blindness. It is real. I do not want to rename all the streets in this nation from MLK Boulevard.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Our next speaker.
Hi, friends. So many months we've been sitting here talking about things you should or shouldn't do, and so many times you vote for what you shouldn't do. Again and again and again. And like someone else earlier, I totally approve. If you approve this, call this number. Please call this number. CRT and all the other fun little acronyms, DEI, AE, promoting hate. That's what you're doing. You're just promoting more hate. Delay it, look at it more. I think there's some good that still can become, by talking to each other. In fact, this last meeting on Monday, I spent an hour outside talking to people that were wearing masks and simply asking them what's wrong. And at first they're like, oh, you're just gonna make fun of me. And I'm like, no, I wanna know. We're all in this together. But the board, so many of you, I don't feel you are in this together with us. You're not part of this community. You do something else on an agenda that is not what the community wants over and over and over again. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be so many people here asking for resignations and for a different point of view. Thank you.
All right, thank you, speakers. That concludes this panel and our section of citizen comments. All right, board members, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and see how we can fly through the agenda. It's 8:03, so we'll try to be back at 8:08. Y'all want to go? All right, board members, we'll go ahead and pick up our agenda. And remember, board members, I promise to be a little bit bumpy as we kind of pick out different items and move them up depending on speakers, but we will keep moving and hopefully efficiently through this agenda. We will now move to our consent agenda items. Do I have a motion to sever or motion to approve as presented? Consent agenda, I either need a motion.
Madam President, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion from Jim. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. We put this picture on the cover because this really has been a fabulous week for us. And yesterday we had the great privilege of dedicating our newest middle school, Danielson Middle School, to its namesake, Stacy K. Danielson. And so you can see in this picture the final ribbon cutting. But I wanted to point out that putting a new school like this on the ground really takes a village, and educating our kids really takes a village. And so I know, Madam President, that you pointed out that we had yourself who shared a few words at the dedication, but we also had Alexis and Anna there helping us to celebrate this moment and honor for Stacy K. Danielson. But we also had some really important members of our bigger village there, and I just want to point out that we had the Deputy Chief of Staff for Congressman Carter's office there, August Alvarado. We had Representative Colonel Terry Wilson there himself, and he presented a flag that will be flown over our school from the Capitol. We had Sarah Groff from Representative John Busey's office. We had Charlene Aiken from the Honorable Judge Edna Stout's office, Commissioner Cynthia Long, Mayor Christine Sederquist from Leander, Leander City Council members Esme Matke, Longoria, and Nicole Thompson, and former Leander ISD Superintendent Mr. Tom Glenn. We had members of our American Constructors team who did all the work to make that such a beautiful building. We were very honored to have the architect who designed that building, Chuck Fields, and Lori Black there, the MEP engineers, the civil engineers from Atkins, and of course, our most honored guests, who you can see up in this picture, Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, Stacy K. Danielson's parents, Bobby, and then Lane and Duke Danielson, Stacy K.'s sons, as well as other family, friends, colleagues, students, and the community. We had the Celebrities Dance Team from Cedar Park High School. We had the Guardians Dance Team from Glenn High School, as well as Danielson's own dance team, who you see up in this picture, who performed for the audience. A truly wonderful, wonderful experience, and such a proud moment for our district as we celebrate what we were unable to celebrate last August when Danielson Middle School opened, and so happy that we were able to do that in person. I had the privilege, as I explained to you earlier, of visiting some campuses today, and this is one of the things that I saw at Winkley Elementary School. And I was getting a tour of the campus with the counselor and another individual, and the counselor pointed out that she's been doing what are called minute conferences with every single K through 5 student at Winkley Elementary. And so she meets with every single student for about a minute and asks them this question: what have you learned about yourself over the last year or so of this pandemic? And so I took the liberty of putting a copy of this in your folders because I want you to be able to read some of the statements that she gathered from these, or more than 200 students that she's had these interviews with. And I want you to just take a moment, if you will, and just browse through some of those. And if you don't mind, I'd love for you to pick out just one that I'm going to ask you to read aloud so that the audience can get just a taste of what these students have learned about themselves in the last 18 months or so. So I'll give you just a minute to do that.
I love the one that says it's important to take care of your passions. There's a lot on here, though.
The eye slobber and mask, I mean, that sounds like my child. I enjoy, this resonated with me. I am stronger than I thought. I thought I would freak, and I didn't.
This resonated with me. I use my calm down skills when I get nervous.
I liked, I'm very brave and focused with my work and putting on my mask. That's very cute.
Staying home is boring, but Zooming with friends was fun.
The one that jumped out to me was you can always make friends no matter where you are.
It's most important to stay happy and safe. I love these.
Thank you. I saw another board as I was walking around Winkley, and this is right at the front of the school. And I love two things about this. The first is the really top piece of this, which talks about we are better together, and then points out the reasons for that, because we're a team. We celebrate each other's successes. We respect each other. We learn from each other's mistakes. We encourage one another, and we apologize and forgive each other. And August 26th, which is today, happens to be Women's Equality Day. And so they created this fabulous board of famous and historical women. But the part I really love is at the bottom, which then points out all of the women of Winkley Elementary School and asks the question, do you know one of these heroes, and can you point out why they're so fabulous? And just that aspect of getting our kids to really think about the heroes that are amongst us, that are our life-changing teachers and staff members in our buildings, is something that I think we strive to address as we look at things like our AEA policy that we're going to be discussing a little bit later in the meeting.
I'm Nancy Reed. I'm a third grade math and science teacher at Winkley.
And I'm Chelsea Murphy. I'm a special education teacher at Winkley, Resource Inclusion. And Nancy and I are co-teaching this year in her third grade math class. So one thing that we have started doing that we're excited about, Nancy has built in these choice centers in her classroom. And I have talked with my students about their IEP goals. I've reminded them that these goals were things that they helped come up with, that was part of the meeting that they attended. And then we talked about what they need to do to make progress on their goals and how they need to practice. And then we have put goal work to align with their goals in the choice centers, and then helped the kids understand that to make progress on their goals, they need to choose to go and participate in those centers to make progress on those things that they helped create.
This was a really beautiful moment for me today, because she started speaking about these things, and I said to her, I wish I had video what you said because it was so perfect. And she said, well, let me say it again and you can video it. And so, well, that's not exactly true. I said, please can you say that again and I'll video it? And she said, okay. But what's beautiful about this for me is the empowerment of these two teachers. So they were not told to do this. They decided that this was what was best for their third grade students. So they gathered all of the inclusion students for that third grade group at Winkley Elementary, and they put them all in that same classroom. And now they're co-teaching together, two teachers in the same classroom, truly co-teaching. So the kids can't tell the difference between which is the regular ed teacher and which is the special education teacher, because they play off of each other all the time. And here's what really, really resonated with me was the empowerment that they are giving to their students to make the choices, right? So there's empowerment, you heard her say, the students got to pick their goals inside their ARD meetings. And that's the meeting she's talking about. So that's a very official legal meeting where the students are involved and they're getting to handpick their own goals. And then in the classroom, they're aligning the choice centers with those goals, and then encouraging those students to pick those things that align with their goals that they've already been part of choosing inside their odd processes. And so for me, this is an exceptionally powerful moment of understanding of how this really happens, the vision making itself manifest on the ground level, at the grassroots, in our classrooms with our kids. All right, let's talk about business a little bit. So enrollment is exceptionally important to us this year because, as you know, our finances revolve strongly now around enrollment. So as we've been showing you this chart in all the previous meetings, what you've seen is strong plus green signs next to all of these numbers. And now suddenly you see these negative numbers in red next to these numbers. And that's because, of course, until now, we've been projecting on paper who was going to show up on the first day. And now we're starting to look at who's actually here and how does that operate. So we can see that we've got 929 pre-K kids. I will point out to you that 2 years ago, we had 250 pre-K kids. We got 2,500 kindergartners. That's a lot of little people, fabulous little people. We've got 1,544 students in our remote learning program with their remote learning teachers. Those are dedicated students who are in a remote situation from their house, and their teachers are in a complete remote situation for the most part from their houses as well. So that gives us a total of 41,757 students. That's down about 1,100 students from our projection on paper. That's partly due to two reasons. Number one, not every student who was enrolled in the system necessarily shows up on the first day anyway. But also, of course, because of the Delta variant, I think we're seeing a significant drop in the number of students we have. So we ended last year with 40,736, so we're up a little bit from that number. You see our budget number there of 41,749, and surprisingly, 96% next to that. So even though that 41,757 number is larger, of course, we've got to back out the 1,544 remote kids because those do not count for ADA funding at this time, and you've already approved the funding to help us to make that a reality for those students. And for that, I'm very, very grateful. You see our PASA medium growth number there of 43,951. We're about 5% points off of that total growth. We still do continue to see students rolling in on a daily basis. And so even the two campuses I visited today, that was one of the first things they told me is we've still got kids enrolling and showing up on a daily basis. I'll pause there for a second and see if there's any questions or comments about our enrollment numbers. Okay. We'll move a little bit to our COVID update. As you know, we are in the red response stage with all the protocols that go along with that. You do know that for the second week in a row, we've surpassed the most cases for a week since the pandemic started. We had 210 last week, and we're already at 237 as of 8:25, which was yesterday, so that's Wednesday. So you can see that the numbers are steadily increasing and continuing to increase. This graph that you see on this page is the rolling 7-day average, which continues to rise as well. This is very concerning to us, and the reason that we asked for a mask mandate across the district, we continue to hope that we can keep our schools open and keep our students, our staff, and others safe. I will tell you that, well, let me go on to the next slide before we do that. Any thoughts or comments about the COVID numbers per se from this slide? So, as you know, last Monday, we did receive an email from Williamson County and City's Health Department with a recommendation that we close all of our schools, the entire district, for 10 days, and that after that 10 days, when we reopen, that we exercise the following 4 protocols. Universal masking for every student, staff member, with limited opt-outs. And when they said limited opt-outs, they really referred to medical exemptions only. They requested robust contact tracing, which we are already doing, and then required close contact quarantines for 7 days or 10 days or 14 days, depending on the circumstances of those close contacts. And then that we provide remote schooling for students who are unable to be vaccinated, which includes all of our students who are under 12 years old, as well as those who have other reasons for not being able to be vaccinated. As you know, we have just over 21,000 students in the district who are under 12 years of old. Our district response to that was to say, we don't think that closing the school for 10 days is necessarily what's best for our students. So we did have a lot of really hard conversation about this recommendation and what that means for us as a district. As we looked at our cases very closely, we had recommendations from our team that instead of closing down the whole district, because we do have campuses that have very few cases, we need to target more closely those campuses that are having trouble with clusters. And more specifically, that we really need to target the classrooms, especially at the elementary level, that are having those cluster. And so that part of our protocols were to require masking. We did provide the opt-out, and we've explained clearly why we went through the process we went through. We are doing contact tracing, grades pre-K through 6, and we are recommending that close contacts quarantine, because at this time we have no authority to require quarantine of close contacts. And we are offering, of course, as we spoke about in the last slide, that limited remote offering for 1,544 of our students.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
If we go back one slide. If the word COVID up there was flu, and this was 3 years ago, and we had these types of numbers, what would we have done?
So we would have done the exact same things that we're doing now, which is look at where are the clusters. We would have been working very closely with the health departments, and they would have been making recommendations to us for any closures that they might have. So if this was the case with the flu, I have to assume that their recommendation might have been similar. We would have then taken that recommendation and done exactly what we did now, which is to say what is best for our students. Part of what plays into this decision is the fact that many of our students really need to be in school for not only learning reasons, but also reasons of nutrition and safety.
I don't disagree with that at all. We can go back to the next slide. The concern I have is our health authorities do not have a vested interest in our district or our funding or our curriculum or any of those things. Our health districts are looking at this from purely public health standpoint. Now, I do agree with the logic that closing the entire district when we may have a school that has very little or no confirmed cases, I get that. But I have serious reservations if we think we're going to close. And by the way, have we closed any classrooms yet?
Yes, sir, we're about to get to that.
Okay. I have serious reservations thinking that if we close a classroom in a building, we're going to somehow keep the rest of the building open. I don't think anybody here is medically qualified. I have training in epidemiology. I would be not qualified to say, appreciate the advice there, health department, but we're gonna do it on a class by class. So I think it's a bit cavalier. And again, keeping a school open that has a very low infection rate, we can make that case. But when you start cherry picking classes in a particular school that has clusters and we're having consecutive weeks of the highest number of positive cases that we've ever seen, it causes me concern. I don't know what the answer is, but I think just closing individual classes is not.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Tuesday morning, I did have an extensive conversation with Dr. Norwood and Alison Stewart, the epidemiologist and the medical director from Williamson County and City's Health District. And they really did point out what you just pointed out, is that from their perspective, they have to make a recommendation based on the numbers and based on what they see from a health perspective. They acknowledged that, as you know, I said to them, I'm going to process through your recommendation. I made sure that I really understood what it is they were asking us to do on this left-hand side. And then I said, I'm going to need to process through with my team to make sure that we understand what the other implications are that we have, you know, based on your recommendations. Williamson County and City's Health Department is coming with a recommendation counter to the message that we got from the Williamson County judge and from the district attorney for Williamson County, who are directly opposed to any kind of mask requirement or any of those things. So they're in a unique position as well as a health department in a county when they're coming from two different places. So just that they realize what they had. Yeah, after our discussion and our decision making, and after I'd informed the board and talked about what we were doing, I then did visit back again with Dr. Norwood to explain to her, look, this is our decision. This is what we're having to do based on all of the circumstances that we faced. And she did say to me, you know, I have to make these recommendations, but I do understand what you're doing. And I think from our perspective, you're doing the very best that you can. And we think that, and we hope with you, that by targeting right down at that very critical case level of clusters, that if we can target those classrooms accurately enough, we might be able to get this under control. So let me tell you where we are in terms of doing that. We do have several classrooms that we are sending remote. We've had some that we've already sent to remote conferencing with their teachers. We've already informed those parents, and we're in the process of making sure that those students have their devices. I will tell you that this is all happening at the elementary level for right now, because we can send individual classrooms remote relatively easily, because once you have a cluster of 3 positive cases inside of that classroom and everybody else is a close contact, we can send that whole classroom to remote conferencing along with the teacher, and that can work. Where we run into more of an issue is at the secondary level, so with our middle schools and high schools. At the high school right now, we do not have any major clusters building that we feel like we can't control through individual isolation. But I will tell you that at the middle school, we are very close to having to do something, potentially even at a grade level, in order to make sure that our buildings can remain open. And so as we go through the next 24 to 48 hours, we will be monitoring our middle schools very closely because of the case numbers that we're seeing, of the clusters that we're seeing, and the potential that we have for having to close potentially full grade levels because of the way that the master schedules work in order to make sure that we can continue to keep the rest of those buildings open.
Dr. Gehring, just have a couple of questions as we're talking about this, and I think that was a good question when you talked about how are you picking. I'm under the impression that our nurse is in and on these decisions, and I'm also wondering when I see this from the Williamson County Health District, Williamson City and County Health District, that there's also Travis County as well. So I'm curious, how are you balancing what Travis is telling, because we're in 2 counties as you're making these decisions, and just what are kind of some of the things your team's working through as you're thinking of next steps, including for middle school, and who's all involved in those discussions?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, John and his team of Darla and Kristen and Brandon and Brian, and then there are others involved as well, but those are the key players, are making these recommendations to us based on all of the work that they've done literally for the last 20 months. Nurse Wickets was in our cabinet meeting with us along with Darla and John, where we were having these conversations, and is in full agreement with the work that we're doing at this targeted classroom level. She believes that that's the best way for us to to target the issues that we're having and also keep our students safe. With regard to Travis County, we are doing the exact same level of reporting that we are doing with Williamson County. Travis County at this point in time has been less responsive to us. They accept our notifications of positive cases, and then we really don't hear much from them after that. Williamson County has been much more responsive. Of course, we have far more schools in Williamson County than we do in Travis County. We do feel that we have to be unified as a district. It's very difficult operating, with 2 county governments and 2 county health departments. And so at this point, because we're operating it with a much tighter relationship with Williamson County, we're working with them much more closely than we have been with Austin Travis County.
And I will stop short of calling out the Williamson County judge and say, hey, maybe he should show up to the meeting and explain where his science is on closing or not closing, masking or not masking, but that's a different conversation. But a secondary concern that I have revolves around what different agencies with different viewpoints are telling us, and then the actions that we decide to take. So as an example, we have the now infamous GA38 that says we will not mask, and we have the Supreme Court stay. We then decide in the best interest of the safety of our students, which we all profess is paramount to us, that we're going to go ahead and do what's in the best interest, and we're going to mandate masking. We find ourselves in the same situation with WCCHD, who says in the best interest of the safety of the students is to close for 10 days. We've already covered that ground. But then we say, well, we have the judge who doesn't really like that idea, so we're going to stop short of doing what we feel is in the best interest of the greatest number of students. Knowing that if our Williamson County judge was in agreement with closing the schools, we would probably have a different outcome. So at that point, I can't help but feel that we're again caught in this political crossfire.
Well, Jim, if I may, while that sounds plausible, it's really not the reality. So the reality is that this is a very complex, very difficult situation that we find ourselves in. Yes, the political pool that we have between all these different entities and the constantly changing legal environment that we find ourselves in is very difficult to operate in. What we're focused on is the safety and the security of the majority of our students. That safety and security is not only about COVID, right? So there's a lot of other factors that play into this in terms of making sure that students have a safe place to be, that we don't interrupt their learning if at all possible, that they are able to be fed if possible. Currently, we're not feeding any students that are not in our schools. And so there are a lot of factors at play here. There's the TEA rules that we're operating under, the funding mechanism that we're operating under, and all of these come into play together. And so I just want to make sure we don't simplify it down to a political push and pull, because that's not really the reality.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I think it does at the end of the day come down to politics, and I am in no way saying that, and I'm not playing armchair quarterback or second guessing the difficult decisions the district are making. That my job is to ask the tough questions and express my concerns, right? But it continues to be an impossible situation. The one thing that I would like to take off the table, and I'm just speaking for me as an individual board member, the one thing that I would like to take off the table is the financial aspect of it. Understanding what funding is if we're putting kids into virtual, because that's about the only tool we have available, but we do lose that funding. I don't want that to be an obstacle to keeping our kids safe. So we've already come to the board and asked for additional funding for the virtual. I just want to be on record as saying, do not let funding be an issue to keep our kids safe, within reason, right?
I appreciate that. The within reason part is where we fall short. And so unfortunately, closing the entire district cuts 42,000 students worth of funding every day for 10 days is not something that this district can afford to do.
I just have a concern. I like that we are allowing our elementary students, when we do close a classroom, to do remote conferencing. However, for our secondary students, I understand the logistics of that is hard to have the remote conferencing at home. But I'm thinking about our students who have 1, 2, 3, 4 AP tests. And I'm thinking about our students who have special education services at the secondary level. How are we going to ensure that those students have the support when they get back to school? But most importantly, like, that's not going to have a negative impact on their education future.
So I would like to be able to tell you that we live in a perfect world and that we're going to take care of those kids. We are going to do the very best that we can to make sure that those students get what they need. Part of what might happen at the secondary is larger remote learning opportunities. So in other words, at the middle school level, if we have to shut an entire grade level, we can send the entire grade level to remote conferencing. And that will work funding-wise, and it'll also work for the students because we're not trying to split schedules. We're not trying to figure out who's going to teach what, because literally the whole grade level or the whole team is going to go to remote conferencing together. That will be a recommendation that we do not make lightly because it has huge implications. But we do have to also listen to the conversations that we're having with our health department. It doesn't help us to keep school open another few days if that's going to then shut the whole school down. So we'd much rather take a grade level to remote conferencing if that enables 2 other grade levels or 3 other grade levels to remain in school in person. Remember, our ultimate goal here is to stay open and to keep as many of our student, staff, and community members safe.
So I noticed you said on elementary levels, it's 3 cases and we might close a classroom. So those only confirmed cases, or what are we looking at? Where's the line we're drawing in the sand?
So a cluster is very well defined as 3 positive cases that are confirmed. We are now reporting on our dashboard probable cases. In fact, this is from our statement that we put out the other day. So we've already been through this piece about our response. This explains the probable cases. A probable case, if you see in bold, there's anyone who comes into close contact with a lab-confirmed positive COVID-19 case and also exhibits symptoms. So a probable case is somebody who hasn't necessarily had a test, but who has been exposed to somebody with a positive test and is exhibiting symptoms. So essentially, you have to assume at that point that that person is positive, because if you don't, they're likely to infect others, right? And so that's what the definition of a probable case is. Probable cases are being counted on our dashboard. They were being rolled into the overall number, and now the team has taken those and split them out to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible. It is very few cases. I think right now there's 7 or less than 10 anyway, probable cases in that entire mix of 237 cases that we've had so far this week. Does that help?
And I also wanted to commend the district and the admin for having that dashboard as robust. I've heard comments from parents and educators in other districts talking about the fact that what we're doing is far and above what other districts are doing. So while yes, if there's things that I'm going to ask questions about at the same time, that is something we're absolutely getting right, and I very much appreciate the effort that went into that.
Yeah, and Nurse Wickets and Darla and John and his team are just doing a phenomenal amount of work. I'm not sure that they sleep much because they're constantly worried about have they missed any cases, and then particularly what's difficult right now is the notification piece. So how do we ensure that we're notifying people adequately so that they can protect themselves and their families, but also not violating other people's privacy rights? And so it's a really delicate balance that we're trying to meet at every point of this to make sure that we keep our students, our staff, and our community safe. The last piece I'll talk about is Senate Bill 15. Madam President, you talked about this already a little earlier, but just to point out that it has come out of Senate Ed Committee, it has come out of Pub Ed Committee, and it is going to the House floor on August 27th. And so we hope that Senate Bill 15 will pass. This will enable funding for the virtual and the remote learning that we're doing with the 1,544 kids right now. That funding, if it goes the way that we hope it goes, I'll point out that there are some guardrails on Senate Bill 15, and these are good guardrails. No more than 10% of the district student population can be enrolled online. I think that's a really good guardrail. That for us would be about 4,000 students. We believe very strongly that our students, the best place for them is in the classroom, in person, with our live teachers. We've said that all along, and we continue to believe that. We do think there is opportunity for a remote learning program for some of our students that it's really well suited to, or that have very particular reasons to be remote. And we're going to do a fantastic job of meeting their needs in a remote setting. But we do need the funding to come from the state in order for this to happen. We have been in contact with the governor's office this week. I've had 2 conversations with Commissioner Morath this week about these issues to make sure that we're advocating as strongly as we can. I did testify at the Senate Education Committee on Senate Bill 15, and we did supply written testimony to the House Education Committee on Senate Bill 15 to try to encourage the passage of this funding bill. So we've got some upcoming events. Varsity football season kicks off this Friday night with all of the pomp and circumstance and things that go along with that. Remember that on September 9th we have a board meeting. We'll be discussing the mask requirement again at that meeting. On September 18th, the Leaf Mudstickle is still on track to be outside and in person for us to have a lot of fun at Vista Ridge High School. And then after that, we have a lot of different events that we're going to have to play by ear a little bit to make sure that we know how things are working and what things are going on. I will point out that October 8th is a very important date for us. That's a date that we've determined we'll need to revisit our remote learning program for the kids who came off the wait list and are in our program. So originally we designed the program for 300 students, and we funded that partially out of ESSA funds. And then the board really generously allowed us to pull all the kids that were on the waiting list at the time off and put them in remote learning. But that was just for the first 9 weeks. And so by October 8th, we are going to need to have a discussion about where we are with the COVID numbers, where we are with that remote learning opportunity. And if we have Senate Bill 15 passed by then and state funding in place, that will modify the conversation somewhat. If not, then we will have to make some really difficult decisions about funding for the second 9 weeks, which will take us to semester. Specifically for those students who are on the wait list and are now included in our remote learning program. So I just want to point that out. This is the foyer of Nancy Tarvin Elementary School, our newest elementary school that opened just a few short days ago. Wonderful things are happening all across this great district. As I walk in classrooms, I see kids learning, I see teachers teaching, and I see a really high level of education happening for the students and the children of our community. I'm very proud to be a part of the #OneLISD family. And I thank you for your incredible support, for the amazing work that you as a team of 8 are doing to lead this district in what are, in my opinion, almost impossible times. But we're finding ways to thread the needle. We're finding ways to be creative and to walk our way step by step out of some very messy situations. I know the road is bumpy. I know that the choices are not easy, but you are conducting yourselves with poise and purpose. And for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. All right, board members, we'll move on to operations. We're going to be pulling up our LEAF update report letter and hear from our LEAF members.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, trustees. Tonight I have the distinct pleasure of not talking a lot because the LEAF is going to tell their story, which has been a tremendous story this past year, record-breaking during a pandemic. It has been so great to share a portable, share a space, and share the district with such a committed organization. And I'm going to pass it off to our Executive Director, Kristen Hughley.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate that. And we have Jeff here with us, who serves on our board of directors. Thank you for being here tonight with us, Jeff. Do we have our slides that we're going to pull up? Oh, Jeff has it. Well, this past year was a great year. Woo! Start with that. No. While we're working on the slides, one of the big things that we want to share with you all is that we were able to raise over $500,000 last year for the first time ever in the foundation's history. So we're very proud of that, especially during a pandemic, and our community rose time and time again to every challenge that we had. And we're so proud of that and excited to be well on our way to our $1 million goal as a foundation. There it is.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Board members and community, I'd like to let you know they're doing an awesome job. I'm taking the agenda for a spin and have thrown them for a loop, but they're doing amazing. So thank y'all for your patience.
No worries, we're all good. So one of the first things we want to talk about there is our TEFN, Texas Education Foundation Network. We won an Outstanding Achievement Award last year due to the work that was accomplished during the pandemic. We believe that we were able to accomplish that because of our core values. We think it's really important for you all to understand. We took some time to evaluate our mission, vision, and purpose and establish our core values, and they are really what we live by every single day as we strive to meet the needs of each and every student, teacher, and staff member. Service is incredibly important to us. Partnerships in the community, that's really what has shined in this past year. Is we can tell that the partnerships that we've developed really made a difference in the classrooms. Respect and fairness and integrity. You want to take it away for a little bit, Jeff?
Thank you, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jeff Kickle. I'm a business owner in the community, as well as I've been a LEAF member of the board for about 6 years now. I've been on the executive board for about 3 as the vice president of finance. So we're not going to talk about a bunch of cold numbers, because we can talk about numbers all night, but these are numbers that actually had an effect on people. The 2020-2021 year certainly was one of the most difficult years as a fundraising organization. A lot of groups failed during this time period, and I have to credit my friend over here to the left of how hard her and her team worked to identify issues, identify places where we could help, things that were not traditionally things that we do as an education foundation. So just running through a few of these, during the pandemic time period, $7,500 we gave out for online in-person access to Spanish and English books for students. At the very beginning of the pandemic, when we were beginning the school year and we didn't know what this was going to be and how this was going to look, and kids were out of school for that last, basically quarter of the year, we created an emergency fund, and this was a partnership with the community. We gave $16,000 to help LISD families with things like rent, utilities, gas, emergency shelter, so that the kids had stability. $14,712 to help students with learning kits, school supplies, books, laptop rentals, everything we could do to help them learn in this difficult environment. $13,500 for home internet access to help students connect and learn from home, because we all know when you're in a virtual environment, not everybody has equal internet access at home. $55,000 to help students receive mental health services no matter where their physical location was, in person or remote. $11,000 this is probably the one that we're the most proud of, $11,224 to clear the meal balances for 1,579 kids who wouldn't have gotten a lunch as a result of that. $20,000 to empower students with entrepreneurship education. This is something that's near and dear to my heart. I volunteered for 4 years with the Vista Ridge incubator program. We have nationally recognized teams in that, not a surprise in LISD. But the most diverse group of students who work together to start companies in their junior and senior years of high school. They are learning an education that many of us took 5 to 10 years to learn outside of that. $26,331 to help teachers replenish classroom resources destroyed by our severe winter storm. We helped out wherever we could there. $32,500 to help high school students navigate the college enrollment process. Critical for kids that wouldn't normally have gone to college, have somebody to help them navigate that. And as Kristen said, the district-wide impact, we raised $512,548. That was a foundation milestone. A lot of work, a lot of hard stuff that we had to do last year. Well, let me tell you, we've got a great team. We are all very, very committed to what we do. The board we're a working board. So, we pitch in and build things for Mudstickle. We do whatever we have to make it happen. And I thank the community. I thank all of you. We are here to back you and support you and help out wherever we can. You just need to ask.
Thank you, Jeff. We do believe in a future where the needs of all Leander ISD students and staff are met, and we truly, truly are so excited for this year. We're excited to be able to gather together in ways again and bring the community together and just show our love and support for our Leander ISD family. So thank you so much for having us here tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all so much. Really appreciate it. And board members, I know when we all go to events, we see them there at convocation, giving out the checks and the cheering of the pom-poms and going and visiting our campuses too, and y'all get to hand out those checks. Y'all do some amazing work. Thank you for giving us links and updates, because we can't always be at all the events. So we are passing them on to the board so we can see all the great stuff that you're doing. Board members, any other questions?
So I'm saying this for the benefit of our families that may have moved in recently or not be totally familiar with what LEAF does. The level of support that you have provided over the last 20 months has been nothing short of incredible. This foundation has gone from an already spectacular organization, but when you stepped up and clear lunch balances and provide rent assistance, I don't know how many other educational foundations in the state or the nation have that kind of, I don't even know what the word is, but for those new parents that want to get involved in LEAF, where can they find you? Where can they sign up? Where can they donate? Do we have recurring monthly donations? We have all of the fundraisers, right? But can you just quickly, where can we send parents that may not know what LEAF is all about?
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Jim. We can go to leaftx.org. That's LEEFTX.org. And we are encouraging people to sign up as monthly donors. Some folks might not know that our LISD staff actually give back every month through their paychecks to support the foundation. And so we think it's really important for our community members to help out in that way as well. If we had a donor just giving $2 a month in honor of every student, we could put $1 million back into the classroom. So you can find that information on our website.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. You do awesome. Thank you so much. And we'll go ahead and have our next speakers, the LISD Council of PTA State of Council Annual Report.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask our PTA Council leadership to come up, and I'm just going to briefly introduce their board president, Stephanie Burku. The continued work and passion of this group of parents is critical to our campus functionality now more than ever, and they also have a beautiful story of how they support schools.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Stephanie Burku, and I'm the president of our Council of PTAs here in our district. With me today, I have Laura, who is our communications chair. I have Alexis, who is our VP of training. Michelle is here to represent, she's a member of our PTA GSA Support Committee. And then I've got Desiree, who's here and will give a brief introduction to both our SEPTA, Special Education PTA, as well as our DEI Committee. And then our Legislative Action Chair, Kara, is here. Starting out, I'd like to talk a little bit about our goals going into the 21-22 school year. If I can see the second slide. Oh, Alexis has got it. Thank you. So one of our first goals is to refocus on the PTA mission. The PTA mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. In addition to that, we'd like to help the district facilitate transitions back to campuses. We'd like to increase the inclusion throughout our district. We want to work with the district on improving mental wellness throughout our campuses, and then building connections. All right. So before we go forward, we also want to look back and kind of congratulate some of our PTAs. This list is not inclusive of everything that our PTAs have done, and so these are just some highlights. I reached out and asked for some reminders about what all we accomplished last year. Aiken did receive a national grant last year. RHS hosted 2 voter registrations. RBMS won the 3-year high membership award and sent hearts to the legislators. And then many of our campuses won the monthly membership awards across the district. So the first award that comes up is the Head Start program. So any PTAs that can earn or get 75% of their membership from last year by August 31st will receive an award this year. So if you haven't already, look into your local PTAs. Our council also won multiple awards this year through the help of our local campuses, but we're most proud of our Outstanding Advocacy Award. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and let Kara take over for legislative action, and then I'll come back for arts and education.
We had a really busy year for legislative action. We held a candidate forum for you guys. And we had voter registration drives in various high schools across the district. We partnered with legislators on SPED legislation. We partnered with the district to create an opportunity for our communities to chat with their elected representatives. And the thing that I'm really most proud of is that we sent over 1,200 hearts from kids across the district at all levels to our legislators, and the kids they put what their hopes and dreams for public education are for those on those hearts, and they were hoping for more funding for arts, for more SPED advocacy, for more school safety advocacy, for more recess. And they also put things like what they wanted to be. They want to be teachers. They were really wanted to be principals and had great things to say about their principals. They want to be astronauts and presidents of the United States. It was a really inspiring project that we got to work on, and it was something that filled my bucket for sure.
And then our Arts and Education was also very busy last year. Most of you recognize the Arts and Education Committee for their Reflections program. And so they did that. They provided online learning and training for kids participating in Reflections. They also did some fun events to get people kind of motivated and help boost mental health by having art recreations where families would work together and take pictures to recreate masterpieces. They had a haiku competition. They also had a My Texas art competition. And so that was a lot of fun this year for them. They coordinated the annual PTA Reflections program, which last year was themed I Matter Because. They received over 100 entries at the council level. 3 of our students moved on to the national competitions. Last year they got creative and they held our Reflections Awards ceremony out at Gupton Stadium. And then most importantly, it's that time of year again where the Reflections theme for 21-22 is I Will Change the World by. And then next up, our clothes closet is very excited. They had a big year. They were able, with your help, to open a second building here in our South Side location, kind of right behind us. And so they're excited to have that extra space, and they're looking forward to being able to utilize that. I know they had a great backpack attack this year and served over 300 families. But new this year, they're working with 4 Points Middle School in setting up a South Side clothes closet location to make clothing more accessible down there. And then I'm going to pass it over and let Desiree take it with our SEPTA and DEI.
Hi, everybody. For DEI, we'll start there. We have a committee that we formed this year. The co-chairs could not be here tonight because they're busy working on some of their projects, but we wanted to make sure that we had global representation from all of our campuses, and they did a great job of developing a PTA policy consistent with the national, but specified for LISD and our students, which was an equity policy, all-inclusive, that was passed unanimously by our delegation. So that was a big stride, and really working on our policies and looking at those and partnering with every single campus, admins, students especially, and making sure that we understand the needs and we can help do what PTA does, because at the core of our practice is being an advocacy organization. We are a child advocacy organization, and that's what we do. The next committee that we have is actually SEPTA, that's our special education PTA, and that was also formed and developed this year. We were able to, with that committee, establish really, really good groundwork and relations with our campuses, with the district, and really get everybody on the same page and talking and working together, establishing parent education groups, working with district really effectively. We have to give a shout out to Ms. Waltman for that, who's really just doing a great job engaging the parents, which is really hard, especially during a pandemic. And so that's what I have to say about that. I guess I'll pass it over for GSA.
All right, so the GSA was busy this year. We met with state legislature and advocacy groups, and we are working to establish campus safety initiatives across the district.
All right, and then on our next slide, we just have a few photos to highlight PTA's ability to be flexible and still advocate and support for our community. You'll see a few pictures of some of the hearts that we were able to send off to legislators, and you can see the top left corner is a picture from Clothes Closet, where they earlier this year, where they gathered for sorting and opening for the first day, and then some creative PTA membership gathering at the beginning of last year when everything was new and being handled differently. And then I'm going to let our training chair take the next slide.
Well, this picture is from our Texas PTA launch, which is a wonderful conference that we do in the beginning of August. It was fabulous this year. We had over 50 of the leaders from our area, our local PTA leaders, our school admin, all kinds of people that attended. It's such a wonderful event to provide training and collaboration for all of our PTA members, all kinds of networking. It also is a great source for new ideas for supporting our community and advocating for a voice for every child. So we're really always pumped every time we come back, and all of our leaders are now infused with some great knowledge, and I'm here to help and support you all. Thank you.
Next up, we do have several council board positions open. We would love some help with a membership chair, someone to help us promote and encourage our local memberships to increase their members, as well as helping to collaborate and build networking opportunities for all the membership chairs across the district. We would love to have an alternative school support chair. This is someone that helps to shower our Leo and New Hope schools with the love and attention that all of our local PTAs provide for their PTAs. We need a healthy lifestyles chair and an art and education chair. Art and education would help facilitate the local leaders for reflections on gathering and running their reflections program, and then also coordinating the council level reflections program. And then I'm going to put Kara on the spot and ask her to explain a little bit more about Healthy Lifestyles Chair, because I think she's familiar with that chair more than me. Are you? Or not.
I think the Healthy Lifestyles Chair, at least when I was at Westside, what they did was they partnered with some of the nutritional goals that I know that the district has in, like Eat the Alphabet and different things with PE teachers. And so I think there's a great opportunity to work with the district and schools in partnering all areas of nutrition.
Thank you. And then Laura.
Hi, so we're just going to leave it with join your PTAs. You don't have to be a parent at a school. You can be anyone that is going to make a difference in a child's life by being a part of the PTA. Your membership matters. You don't have to volunteer to be a member. Sometimes people are fearful, I don't have the time, but your membership and joining that PTA is showing that you support them, that you value the work that they do for our students, that you value the work that they do for our schools and our teachers. So there's several ways you can join a PTA. You can simply go to joinpta.org and join any PTA in Texas. Or you can go to the local schools that you're familiar with and look up their PTA name and join typically from their website. So we encourage everybody that's here tonight to join a PTA.
Yeah, and then I'd also like to reach out and let our Mason Elementary's PTO know that we are really excited and hoping to build some bridges and collaborate together this year, because they are equally as important to our schools as PTA. Thank you for your time.
Tremendous. Thank you so much. Board members?
Y'all know I love PTA. I just want to say thank y'all for all your service. I know it's a volunteer position. I know how the hours you put into it, and I know where your heart is. And I also love that you guys are including Mason. I know there's a history, but this is where you start. And so thank you so much. And my last thing is, are you guys getting the support you need right now? Because I know our schools rely on you guys. There's a lot of talk about picnic tables and HEPA filters. I just need to make sure that you guys have got what you needed. You guys are the boots on the ground, and I appreciate you.
I would say at this point, we're still kind of getting our wheels on the ground. It's early in the year. We will be having our first delegate meeting in September. And so once we do that, we get a chance to kind of connect more with our locals, and then we will reach out if we need any help.
I just want to say thank you, but 3 remarks quickly. Number one, the advocacy award that you won as a council of PTAs speaks volumes to me. Let me tell you that to get things changed in the legislature of the state of Texas, it sometimes takes a mama bear. And so thank you for doing that, because that's what we need for our kids. So I really appreciate that. I think Healthy Lifestyles, just to say that our shack process inside the district, I think matches perfectly with Healthy Lifestyles. Just the last thing is, I think we may have one other PTO in the district, and so just we can connect together to make sure that we reach out to them. So I'll have a conversation with you outside of here.
I would love that. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank y'all so much. Y'all definitely stayed busy. It was a year like no other year. And this year's also got its unique twist and turn. So thank y'all for staying engaged and active and coming and talking to us tonight. So thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go ahead and move to consider approval of the graduate profile. And this item is a pair. We found out later. So we'll do consider approval of the graduate profile, and then we'll talk about the strategic plan right after.
Good evening, Madam President, Board, and Dr. Gearing. Thank you so much for allowing us the time to come back and share with you the culmination of work that I know we've been back to you several times since we started this work, but we definitely appreciate, especially in these crazy times, your leadership, especially Dr. Gearing's leadership in providing us the opportunity to do this work, even during a time like COVID. So thank you. The purpose for today is we are bringing to you the final rendition of our graduate profile and asking for approval this evening. Before we get started, though, I wanted to have an opportunity we were hoping to have an opportunity to share with you a video that's been adapted somewhat from the convocation that tells the whole graduate profile story better than I could. So. Cue it, Mark. Thank you.
During last school year, members of our one LISD family came together to discuss keys to success. Focused on the individual student K through 12, stakeholders created a body of work that refined our graduate profile.
Leander ISD learners are empowered to enrich our world and excel in a rapidly changing global society through a lifelong journey of character development, academic success, and fulfillment.
Leander ISD learners are empowered to be critical and creative thinkers who seek and solve problems through curiosity, flexibility, and innovation.
Leander ISD learners are empowered to be skilled communicators and collaborators who listen to understand, express ideas with empathy, and work collectively towards shared outcomes.
Leander ISD learners are empowered to be compassionate community contributors who value their diverse perspective and share their unique gifts with the world.
Leander ISD learners are empowered to be adaptable and reflective individuals who confidently embrace their strengths and challenges while pursuing their interests and passions.
I can listen. I can make friends and include others. Puedo escuchar y aprender de los demás. I can use digital tools to explore and exchange ideas. I can find ways to make the community a better place. I can advocate for myself and others who may not feel included. I can set and revise personal and academic goals.
I can harness my curiosity to ask questions in ways that encourage thinking.
I can work through challenges or setbacks and help others do the same.
I can form positive relationships with others who have different life experiences than my own.
I can select strategies based on my personal strengths and interests to help me achieve my goals.
I can persevere and have resilience through challenges and setbacks while helping others do the same.
I can foster a culture of acceptance and safety by listening and valuing others' ideas, perspectives, knowledge, and abilities.
I can take individual and group actions to make our community a better place.
I apply what I learn by adapting and transferring my knowledge as needed.
I demonstrate compassion, empathy, and integrity by asking questions and seeking to understand.
I recognize the value of my unique gifts and understand how I can use them to benefit our community.
I persevere and have resilience through challenges and setbacks while helping others do the same.
It was a really in-depth and meaningful conversations about what we really think kids can do at each level.
It's very personal to me. It kind of speaks to my life journey as being an educator, and that the fact that I went through 47 years of my life to get to this point.
I believe that I have a lot to offer the community as an educator, and I just want my unique gifts to flow through every single student that I touch within the district.
We're raising people. We're not just creating students, and we're not just creating, mathematicians or English majors. We're creating people, and so we want to make sure when we send them out in the world, we're sending them out as the best possible people that they can be.
I can.
I can.
I can. I can. Is that the camera lens?
That is the camera lens.
Yo puedo.
I can.
if hearing it out of the words of our future graduates doesn't tug at your heart a little bit, right? So we're just going to refresh our memories on the process and revisit some of the things we left the committee with, or the board with, at our last meeting in June. So as you are all very well aware, we've been developing and refining that graduate profile alongside and in tandem with the work that you were doing with the vision and mission in the district. And when we came to you in June, we asked you to take a look at where we were with the graduate profile and consider it in parallel to that vision, mission, and the core beliefs, and asked you to make really just explicit connections about how do you see those working together. I think it was Trustee McKay who said, well, I see it as a Venn diagram, and this graduate profile is right there in the middle of it, right? And we we've started really considering this like the student embodiment, right, of all of this work that we've been trying to achieve. So what we really want to do is take a look at these items and consider what this promise that we're making to our students, our families, our community, about what they can expect from their education through Leander ISD.
So you've seen this before. We began this journey back in December, where we started planning. We had our first committee meeting in December, and then January we had our first committee meeting. We spent the spring really iterating, gathering feedback, and iterating some more. Just to remind you, we did start by taking a look at our existing graduate profile and then using the hopes and dreams and the equity conversations that were happening district-wide or had happened district-wide to really feed into the process. And then we spent time as a cross-functional team really examining what the best practices say and what our students will need when they graduate in terms of 21st century skills. We looked at the other district exemplars and best practices, engaged in some training, and then we set off and doing this iterative process. It was about March when we had hoped that we would be bringing you back our final draft, that we realized that we were going to need to spend more time and dig in and do the next level of work. So that was the I can statements that you just saw the students talk about, and has been revised since our last meeting based on your feedback. So we have built out now a full another layer of kind of bringing the graduate profile to life. We recognized that a poster was nice, but it wasn't going to get us to the transformational changes that we wanted to see in the district, and it wasn't really supporting the vision and mission that you all had set out for us. So that's why we went ahead and extended our time and spent more time in furthering developing the graduate profile. We were lucky to gather feedback from administrators during retreat this summer and got really good feedback, as well as a strong reception to the work that has been done. So tonight we're coming and asking for a final approval on the language at this level of the graduate profile, which is kind of that poster level, knowing that the I can statements and the resources that come behind it are all things that we're going to continue to work on and revise and iterate and provide additional supports for our campuses.
I think you can skip past this one, we've already addressed it. So just following up on some of the items that we mentioned were action items for the team moving forward. We did, as Sarah mentioned, take it to retreat and have our administrators really engage with the graduate profile, as well as the vision and mission and core beliefs and how it fit in and how it aligned with their campuses and departments' work this year and how they could work together. We launched some different resources that different teams have helped us develop to support the work. And I think we discussed some of the ideas that had been emerging, and so sharing with you some products there, whether it be self-assessment tools, anchor charts for classrooms, PLC discussion prompts, all different kinds of resources to help move the work forward in the district. All of these resources, as well as that history and storyboard of our work, can be found on these websites that are available and posted for review. So at this point, I think we're ready to open it up to discussion.
I really enjoyed the video.
All right, board members, questions? Dr. Kira?
Just want to say I think y'all did a really brilliant job of incorporating all the different pieces of feedback. And I know that we gave you a lot and we changed things and we modified, and I can just see all of it in there. So I think y'all did a fabulous job.
I was just going to say, I think you guys had already started this conversation before Anna and I had come on board, and so then I feel like you guys kind of shifted gears to be able to include us and include our voice and our desires for what the district's direction was, and I appreciate all the hard work.
I really appreciated the effort you took to go listen to our students. That was, I think, the coolest part for me, was listening into that high school, Vista Ridge, I can't remember, and it really made me reflect as a parent on what I thought was important, but listening to what they perceive important really helped me as a parent understand what my high school is going through. So thank y'all so much for including that student voice and making them feel empowered. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is very, very well done. I'm happy to say the following, Madam President. I move the board approve the graduate profile as presented.
I have a motion from Jim.
I second.
Second from Christine. Any other discussions? I just want to echo the sentiments that the board's been saying. Just a lot of work that I'm seeing. Thank you also. I know I had questions, Sarah, and you just were kept responding back. So thank you for being so available and trying to help navigate kind of where the thoughts were as this was being developed. We did, when we went to our school visits, we would get to go see classes, and they said, oh, we were talking about the graduate profile. And I think that's what I love so much about this document, is it's not a graduate profile for just our seniors or just our high school students. We're starting from when they start in school, what can they do, where are they going, and what's the direction. So I see a lot of that discussion we talk about where there's intentionality. I'm getting ready to call a vote, but I see you there, so I don't know if you, okay. I don't know. Okay, with that, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Good job, y'all.
Thank you again for your leadership, and I do love those comments that all of you do have your fingerprints on this, as do literally thousands of people throughout the district, and it brings me much joy to know that it is very accessible, that all children should be able to see themselves in this document, and that it is going to help direct our future towards the vision that you guys have set. So thank you for your leadership and for inspiring us to do this.
So now I do want to say something. So I'm incredibly proud of the work that this team has done to get us to this point in the process. I'm incredibly proud that you've put your stamp of approval on it, because it's another piece of the puzzle that's now slotted into place. And as we bring the other Sarah up, you're going to see how important these pieces all are as they play out in the process. And so what is so powerful about this document is that it includes our kids from the youngest level all the way up, but it also includes our adults in the system. This is not just about kids, this is about each and every individual in the system. And there's huge power in what this work can do as we drive forward into strategic planning. So thank you, board, for realizing the power of core beliefs, of vision, of mission, and now of graduate profile as we continue to do this really long-range work while all this mess is going on underneath. So thank you.
All right, Sarah, you are up. You've been bumped on the meeting, so we're so excited. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for coming to talk to us. We have really just appreciated and enjoyed going through with you on the vision and mission and core beliefs. I remember when the committee, it was Gloria, Jim, and I got together for core beliefs, and we were like, okay, what are the answers? And you're like, no, here you go. You take it for a spin. So it's been a really good process. I think I have relied on those statements more than I would have imagined in these last few months. And it's more than just the statements, it was the discussions we had to bring the statements to life. So without further ado, what's our next step?
Awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. I am excited tonight to come back and talk with you further about the strategic planning process and where we are. It has been a little bit since we've gotten to talk about the process, but it is, I appreciate you recognizing the rich dialogue. And every time we come together and talk about this, I'm just more energized by where we are headed. So the purpose tonight is to review the Board of Trustees' work related to identifying priority goal areas, which we actually started in May, and to discuss next steps as we begin the long-range planning to achieve that vision and mission. And I do actually have our storyboard up over here on the wall that reflects the work from that May conversation. And I'm going to walk us through that here just to reorient us about what have we done, what have we talked about, where are we now, and then what's to come. So you do, this visual should look very familiar because I bring it up every time we talk. It is that high level view of our journey to that long range strategic plan. How do we bring this bold vision that you have put out before us to life? And so just, I've got to keep with tradition and keep that going. So that journey did start last summer with our core beliefs, and this has been just incredible work. I know it was hard and it took months to really come to an agreement on that, but it, as Madam President Bodie, as you mentioned, it is something that you all have leaned into and on in very hard conversations, and you see that clearly. You also need to know it continues to be a driver for us as well as administration. So this is work that is living out in every conversation and the work that's driving our district. So from there, we did engage in the process to craft the vision and mission statements. That vision of where are we headed, where do we want to be as a district, and the mission of how are we going to make that happen. That futuristic thinking paints that picture, and again, that bold vision of what we want to create here in our district. Again, powerful work that was completely driven by your words in that collaborative process. So thank you for that. And then we have the graduate profile, which, as we've talked about, was simultaneously we engaged in this work. And so thank you for the approval of this tonight, because as Sarah and April talked about, we see that this is the student embodiment of the core beliefs, vision, and mission, and it all complements each other. And so you do have copies of all of these at your table, so I'm going to ask you just to pull those out. You should have the core beliefs, vision, mission in your folders, and the graduate profile was just handed out. And as you think about those, and when we talked about this in May, I described that all three pieces together, that's the ideal. That's the future. That's the big, bold vision of where you want us to go. It's exciting. It is so exciting. But you see that that's the ideal. So we know in any improvement efforts that when we have a picture of the ideal and where we're headed, in order to take the steps to get there, we really have to understand the system as we develop that long-range plan. So during the May meeting, so just refreshing our memory, we did ask you to think about the drivers and the barriers. So again, as we're just trying to understand the current reality of our system, the force field analysis is a great tool just to help guide that. So the drivers, what are the things that are driving us to that ideal? And barriers, what are the things that are preventing us in current reality? And so you have that depicted here on our charts over here. I've also embedded it in the presentation so that you can see that here. through that discussion, and that was a great discussion as well, of really what are you seeing are things that are propelling us towards that future, and what are the things that are preventing us. We also asked you to prioritize what were the top things, because we know if we can start eliminating barriers, that propels us even further and faster to that ideal. So again, this is just more information and feedback to help inform the long-range strategic planning process. So from there, we then, I asked you to go back to that vision and mission, and to really think about, if this is where we're headed and this is what we want to accomplish in our district for our students, for our staff, and for our community, then where do we need to focus our efforts as we think about putting resources and efforts and time and energy? Where are the things that we need to really focus those efforts, those goal areas that will get us to this vision and mission? So I asked you individually, just to, on sticky notes, to write down those areas that come to mind. And I did challenge you to really think about narrowing that focus, because we know as we continue to learn more about improvement efforts, that when we have a wide range of areas of improvement, then it's hard to move the whole system. Whereas really, as Covey says, the research is that you narrow that focus and put everything into those efforts. So I had you do that. And then we did an affinity to start clustering what were the things that you see are those areas of focus that will get us to that vision mission, and started to see what were the themes that emerge. And so I know this is really hard to see, but what I love about this picture is, about a storyboard, is it's the raw, true depiction of that conversation, right? So in your folder, I have for you each of these sticky notes typed up. So you have a document in there that says draft priority goal areas. And this document, we are going to upload into Board Book following the meeting so that all of our public can see this as well. So this document is a reflection of all of those sticky notes that's in that picture that's on our storyboard. And you can see that the themes that emerged through that conversation, so those big areas where you feel like we should focus, is access, life changers, student learning, #OneLISD family engagement, and learning environments. And under each of those themes, you can see what were the individual sticky notes, those individual thoughts, and that led us to those themes. So tonight, before I go into kind of what happens next, I just wanted to spend a little bit of time sitting with these a little bit. This was a conversation back in May. We've had a lot happen since then. You've had more time to think about it. So just wanted to see, are these still the primary goal areas? Do those still resonate with you as you think about achieving that vision and mission? So I'm going to pause for a second and see if there's anything that comes to mind.
Well, what stands out for me right now, even back in May and up to this evening, the LISD family engagement column, that entire column seems relevant and where we need to start, especially with the very first word in the very first box. So it was timely then, it is very timely now. The Access, Life Changer, Student Learning, LISD family, those columns are not in any particular order. If we were going to rank order them, I would put one LISD family engagement. That entire column would be my first priority.
Thank you. And yes, you are correct. They're not in any particular order, just literally how they were clustered on the chart. And just so that everyone who is listening, that first box that you mentioned under family engagement, it talks about trust. Yes.
I think student learning, I'm not going to rank order them because right now I'd probably put it as one. I mean, I think they're all important though, right? But when I see whole child there, when we're talking about that, that has, I think, a different context for me now. We have some students who have been in our district who are now like going into school and they've had like COVID consistently as they've been in our system. And they've had that kind of environment and instability in our communities, right, as we're trying to move forward. So I think about different types of stress and anxiety that may be on our students in addition to social media and all the other stuff we talked about at one time. So yes, this is still relevant, but I think that whole child now has this other dimension.
I was just going to say that for me, the student learning priorities and all of the sub-priorities, that's all about keeping the main thing. Everything else is in support of that objective. We exist for that specific purpose. Everything else is in addition or in order to accomplish that goal. And so for me, that has to be where it all starts and ends. And anything else is on the way to that objective or in order to achieve that objective.
When I look at each of these in the box, I can see our vision, mission, and our core beliefs. And I love that because I can sit there and I'm like, oh, this is where it goes. Y'all know my keywords are access points. I love that because I feel like, for me, I think about the story that Dr. Gehring told us today about the Winkley co-teaching. And you're creating opportunities for students to thrive. And that is truly the meaning of inclusion right there, what the story you told us. So you're with this and with that story, we're giving so many more students the opportunity to be the best that they can be. And I love this. Thank you.
Along those lines, I wonder if access is a standalone or if it falls under one of these others, maybe student learning or learning environments. I'd love to hear some thoughts about whether perhaps access falls under one of those others. We don't lose any of it, but perhaps it's not a standalone.
I kind of like that because when I think of access, I am thinking about the child's education plan. And when we go back to that individual education plan and ensuring that each of the students has whatever access point that is going to get them to where they need to be. So I kind of agree with that. I do.
Just a slightly contrary view. Not that I think there's anything wrong with access and learning, but when we talked about access initially, when we started looking at extracurricular participation and those sorts of things, it wasn't necessarily directly in support of education or learning for students, but it was more about belonging and feeling connected to campus and community. And so I think access has non-learning benefits as well. And so that's not to say it couldn't be combined somewhere else, but it's more than learning environment. It's more maybe about LISD family engagement. Maybe it goes there, right? It's about being part of the community or something like that.
I can totally understand where you're coming from, Aaron, because we do have access. We do have some barriers in place for certain populations where they can't participate in extracurricular activities for whatever reason. Where I was going with in regards to student learning, again, putting on my SPED lens, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at those access points we give those students and seeing how, just because they have a disability or an indivisible disability, we're still providing those access points so students can achieve where they need to be. But I totally understand where Aaron's coming from.
I love that concept of belonging. Do you see that here, or is that something that we really need to make sure we highlight under access?
I guess for me, that was much of what access meant to me when we talked about extracurriculars specifically previously. But I think access is a concept that goes across different types of engagement with our system. So it's not just learning, it's not just extracurriculars, but it's access to the whole program. And I think the expected outcome is a sense of belonging, being a full-fledged member or participant, right? Having all of the opportunities.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
I do like the, kind of access getting sucked into a couple different categories. So like creating opportunities for students to thrive would fit a learning environment for me. And some of this is other engagement. So I like that it would be kind of brought over into these other two columns.
So what I hear you saying is access is almost woven through all of these as a universal, ubiquitous kind of. You work that magic, Sarah?
I think when we were talking about this, we did have different ideas of access. As Aaron mentioned, I think a lot, at least I can speak for myself, it didn't really fall under the student learning. It was more of the belonging pieces in terms of extracurriculars, but also I saw it weaving through diversity and equity and inclusion, and how that all of our students have those access points. And so either that's through our life changers, through our family engagement, when we say LISD family engagement, but and so maybe it's kind of talking through what we meant by access as an individual board member, kind of the belonging. Is that extracurriculars for you? Is that access in terms of all students having those access points across, our Black and Brown students, our LGBTQIA students, and just making sure that all of our students are having those access points.
I think just to expand on that, we talked about access to AP and IB and accelerated programs and all those sorts of things, right? So extracurricular and those other desirable things in an educational program, or those things that will help students to be successful in life. And so it's a broad concept, I think.
Yeah, it comes back to that colored graph that we talked about maybe last month as well, the equity piece.
And so one of the things you said, Aaron, was it starts and ends with student learning. And as I'm looking at this draft priority goals, are we looking at what are we doing first? Step me through what we're doing with this.
Oh, he's like setting you up for your next slides.
Well,
he is, yeah.
Well, the reason I say that is because I very much appreciate what Aaron said, that at the end of the day, it is about the student learning. But if we're prioritizing, I would submit that if we don't take care of the engagement, the environments, the access, and the life changers, we won't be able to get to it ends with student learning. So
I would agree, and I would hope that any of those supporting priorities have a specific purpose related to student learning. Right. We're doing this in the environment with the expectation that it will have this effect on student learning.
Right. I
so
think
we can sort of tie those through all the way.
Yeah, exactly.
So I appreciate the question, and I want to assure you we're not going to ask you to pick one of these, right? Because how do you? As you've all highlighted, there's importance in each of these, right? The prioritization happened when in the May meeting, and had you really think about your individual thoughts, and then how do we start clustering that? And we landed on these 5 here. Sounds like there may be an appetite for and seeing the connection of pulling access into each of the other ones. I'm sensing that from this conversation, but making sure that it's clearly pointed out. How do we think about access when we think about student learning? How do we think about access when we think about learning environments? And making sure that we don't lose the essence of what you have noted here when you talk about access. So I'm hearing that. Also knowing if you want to keep access as a separate goal area, we can absolutely do that and have it as a standalone. But it does seem like maybe we're leaning towards that we're pulling that thread all the way through.
I think there's some merit in that, but I'm worried about losing the access component for non-learning specific things, right? If we have learning environment and we have student learning, and those are both focused on learning, where's the extracurricular access going to come in, right? So I guess I'm making a case for leaving it standalone for now, recognizing that there are interrelationships, but maybe we need to think about it independently for a time.
That sounds great. We can absolutely just move forward as it is right now, and knowing that we're going to have continued conversations around this. And as we work through this, we may have some other thoughts as we progress. So let me talk about what does happen next. Okay, so this document should seem very familiar to you, as it has been our way to make connections to all of this work as we are engaging in this long-range plan. So we've talked about, that foundational piece, which has been the bulk of the work this past year, the core beliefs, vision, mission, graduate profile, and knowing we have other guiding documents as well. We've done some shared learning, and we've been talking about those critical lenses of how do we think about deeper learning, equity, diversity, and inclusion, while also thinking about the student experience and that student empowerment we heard from our student panel that's so important. We have certain key processes that we rely on and have for years in our district, and so definitely we don't want to lose those. And we got down to the priority goal areas, which is that work that we've just been talking about. I'm going to talk here a little bit more about the strategic improvement planning piece, but you will see we have added one new component, and that is the connection of how does all of this feed into the annual improvement planning process, which is our district improvement plan and campus improvement plans. So again, we continue to just make those connections and morph this document, but just trying to, again, use that to help paint that picture of how this all fits together. So like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about the strategic improvement planning process. So if you can imagine those priority goal areas, you have identified what goes in those orange buckets, right? Those priority goal areas of access, life changers, student learning, family engagement, and learning environments. So as we engage in the strategic improvement planning process, you can see noted on there for each of the goal areas, as we go through this process, we're going to have goal statements, impact statements, high leverage strategies, key questions, and key measures that will be developed for each of these goal areas, along with all of this information that you have given to us today. So if you can imagine taking one of those orange buckets and putting it in the middle of a cross-functional team. It's a team made up of students, of parents, of teachers, campus and district leaders, and board members if you want to be a part of it too, and really dig deep into each of these different goal areas. And so that's what is coming next with the strategic planning process. So with that, we know that this is a process that's going to take all of us to really achieve that bold vision and live out this mission and that graduate profile. We have to have all parts of our organization involved. And so we really have thought through what are the right structures for this work. So we definitely have a steering committee that we will be forming, and you can see what is the role for that committee. It's to provide that oversight of the process, right, and coordinating the planning teams. Planning teams are those individual goal area teams that will guide and drive the development for that particular goal area. And then advisory teams, because we want to constantly get feedback through this process. And that is bringing stuff on a continual basis to you all for feedback, and then also utilizing DWIC and then campus and district leaders as well. And I was intentional on this this visual because I want to be clear that this is a cyclical process. And so we will have feedback loops throughout the whole process as we work through each of this, making sure that we're getting feedback along the way. We're bringing it constantly to you all every month to talk through it and get your feedback to use it to help inform and drive the rest of the work.
Can I ask a question if we go back to slide 12?
Yes, sir.
Just a prioritization question. So we have 5 priority goal areas. Does this structure assume 1 goal per area? Because my concern is if we feel we have a particular need in one of these areas, maybe we should have multiple goals in that area and forego a goal in another area currently, right? So how do we ensure that the, 3 or 4 or 5 top priorities are identified regardless of which goal area they fall under?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. When we have the teams really digging into this, we will start to see what emerges as far as strengths and opportunities to drive us to that vision. And so, yes, right now it looks like it's going to have one goal statement for each goal area, but also recognizing that we're going to be responsive to what we're seeing in the feedback and through the process. And so there may be something else that emerges through that. Does that help? So it's a yes.
Sounds like a
maybe.
we'll see.
Yes, sir. Okay, so then we'll go into, next steps. So identifying committee members. And so this is where we need your help. So in tomorrow's Friday memo, we will be sending out a form for you to nominate and recommend people to serve on the steering committee and planning teams. And again, we're looking for students, we're looking for parents, we're looking for teachers, campus leaders, and as well, you all. So on the steering committee, we are asking for 2 board members to be a part of that committee. And so we can have that discussion here in just a second. And then also, like I said, if there is if there's a goal area that you are passionate about and want to be a part of, for instance, student learning, right? And then you're passionate about that, then you can absolutely be a part of the planning team as well. Obviously, we'll just work through, quorum and different things like that, just to make sure we don't violate any laws there.
And then, Sarah, when we get this, and I'm sorry, it brought up another note, this is not to be confused with the SHAC names that board members, that's due or past due, so don't forget to get those. These are a different set of names. And these that come out, are you going to let us know about how many meetings, or what is the expectations when we ask our community or students to be on this? How do we help them understand what they're committing to?
So thank you for asking. I should have noted that. So yes, on the form, it actually will say, for steering committee, we're looking at 4 to 5 meetings throughout the fall. So it will definitely clearly say that. And for the planning teams, that's going to be a little bit more time intensive and a little bit quicker pace. So we're noting that it's on the form, so you'll see that. Absolutely.
All right, and then do you want 2 names of board members for this evening, if we can get that?
Yes, ma'am.
Board members? Okay, I see Aaron and Anna. I'm going to look for all interest, and then, we'll thumb wrestle. That was a scratch your head, are you sure? Okay. Okay. Jim, tug on the ear. No? Okay. Christine? Okay, Martins. All right, Alexis? Sitting on the hand? All right, well, there you go. We have Anna and Aaron back again. Yeah, y'all did pretty good on some of this. Yeah.
Dynamic
All right.
duo.
There you go, the dynamic duo. All right, Sarah, what else do you need from us?
Yes, ma'am. So just also some other next steps. We are talking about, as we started this whole process, actually, it seems like forever ago, in the spring of 2020 with community conversations around hopes and dreams. And all of this work has built upon that. And we definitely, we've gone through quite a bit. And so we've been talking about wanting to revisit and look at what is our community saying? Is there anything else that emerges through this regarding hopes and dreams? So we're working through and looking at the best way to do that. And then also we're going to kick off the development process. Once we have names and, as a cabinet team, we're going to be looking at names as well, forming our committees and getting them to work. We have a pretty aggressive timeline laid out with the plan to bring forward a strategic plan at the end of January. So that is fast and furious, but we also know we're going to be very responsive to our system, so we'll monitor and adjust as we need to. And like I said, continually every month, you get to see us, and we're going to provide updates and allow an opportunity for you to give feedback. So even if you're not on the steering committee or in a planning team, you will know where we are in the process throughout the whole thing.
So one of the things I'd like to ask, not at the exclusion of anybody else, and given my schedule over the next 3 or 4 months being what it is, I would like to, if at all possible, stay close to the family engagement piece. So if there's opportunity for me to participate in that, I would really like to be part of that.
So the only thing I want to remind the board about is that this is a process and not a product. So while we'll end up with some kind of a product that's called a strategic plan, that's really not the goal here. The goal here is to continue to work on the process of strategic planning and how that plays out over the long term in order to accomplish the vision and the mission that the board has set for us as a district. And so you'll see this process really iterating itself in different levels of cycles. So you'll see it iterating on an annual cycle, you'll see it iterating on a 5-year cycle too. So as we process through this and as things shift and change, you'll see the product shifting and changing. So we don't want you to feel like when we get to January that we're done and then we can rest back on our laurels and everything is good, because this is really about an ongoing iterative process that continues through the cycles.
All right, thank you so much.
Sorry, one quick question additionally. Just trying to understand in terms of process and product, how this plan relates to board goals and superintendent evaluation and all of that sort of stuff.
Well, I'm going to let you have a go first.
Yes, so we want alignment throughout the whole piece of it, right? So as we move through this and we have a strategic plan identified, then in my mind, my humble opinion is that it is where we revisit the superintendent evaluation and make sure that there is alignment and make adjustments wherever we need to.
Does that answer your question, Aaron?
Yeah, I wanted to confirm that we were going to end up in a common place, right? We can't have competing documents and all of that. So, but I don't know that anybody asked the question or that it was explicitly stated previously. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, sir. So in an ideal world, everything is completely aligned from, the strategic plan to district improvement plan, superintendent evaluation, board goals. It all should be aligned, and you can see that through line all the way, and we will get there.
So board members, I just want to make sure that credit is given where credit is due. Sarah Grissom has done an unbelievable job of working with us as a team and walking us through what is extremely challenging work in normal times, and she's managed to pull this work off with us in non-normal times. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands the really monumental lift that she's accomplished at the same time as being an area superintendent short for the majority of that time and taking on the responsibility of somewhere between 22 and at times 45 principals in this district, which is no small feat all by itself. And so I just want to make sure that we understand the phenomenal work that Sarah's been doing.
Sarah, our superhero, life changer, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank
board
you.
Board members will be going into closed session for Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. When we come out, board members, we will be moving around into our agenda, and we'll be pulling up all of our board policies, and we'll just take all those one right after another. So it's item 5, 6, and 7 under governance. There'll be no action. So it's 10:10. We'll be going into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney and our attorney-client privilege matter. There will be no action in closed. We will come out afterwards, and if there are any actions, we'll take them up then. Thank you. All right, board members, it is 10:43. We are back in open session, and we are going to be pulling up, consider approval of the novel local board policy, AEA, educational philosophy, educational equity.
All right, good evening, folks. As you may recall, that was a while ago because it's been kind of a funky month with our scheduling of board meetings, but on August 5th, we had a first reading of this new policy. We have since come back, and what you see in board book reflects changes that included feedback from the board as well as our internal auditor. On consultation with board counsel, though, we may have some additional, just fine-tune tweaks we might want to do before you adopt this policy tonight. And so I just want to put that out in the open now so that we have that chance for discussion before we move into any motion practice.
All right, and if I could clarify what those minor tweaks are. One of those is to change the word eradicate or eliminate when that term appears throughout the policy to prevent. And a couple of other changes that we're recommending on commitment to educational equity in that paragraph at the bottom of the first page. The district shall actively work to change. Would like to change that to improve. Change to improve. On the second page, on the paragraph acknowledgement of historical inequities, would like to add the word might between that and exist in the second line. That might exist. And also change in the first line the to any past, ownership of any past and present inequities. And then also on that page, under the section LISD, Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, in the first paragraph, the second to last line between address internal, I'd like to insert the word potential. And then on the third page, on objective number 1, subparagraph 2, I'd like to change the word in the third line there from to eliminate the disparity, change the to any.
Holly, I apologize. Could we go back to page 2, please?
Yes, sir.
In that same paragraph where we added the word potential, you mentioned in the first page that we would look to change the word eliminate to prevent. Is that still true in the middle of that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So basically, eradicate and eliminate, change all of those to prevent. Got it.
Yeah, I would like for us to check every time to make sure that that's true in the context of that particular sentence, because that you may be right, but I just would like to check, please.
Right. And then the last change is on page 4. There are 2 changes actually on page 4 in subparagraph 5. Strike the word experienced and replace that with alleged for those that have alleged discrimination. And in the last sentence there, replacing victims with those who claim discrimination.
So we also need to go back to page 3, I'm sorry. And in 2, there's eliminate any, and are we keeping that eliminate, or are we making that a prevent? Page number 3, point number 2, okay, so I'm, okay.
It's on page 1, it's eliminate, it's to eliminate inequity, we're changing that to prevent. On page 2, to eliminate inequitable practices, to prevent. And then on page 3,
Sorry, Mike would help, sorry. On page 3, it has to eliminate the disparity of disciplinary referrals. That would be to prevent. And so that's.
To prevent any, yeah.
Yeah, and then that was for the word eliminate, and the other one was eradicate, and that was just on page 1. It's that one instance to eradicate, to racism, intolerance, and bigotry. We would change that to prevent.
Thank you for the Control F search real there. Make sure we've got it all. I mean, so this policy went through our policy diversity and equity task force. We've got the policy subcommittee. Auditors looked at this. We now have 2 attorney eyes on it. That's a lot of work. Thank you. I don't want the board to feel like they can't do anything else. If you see something on here else that you'd like to talk about, I would like to state that I'm hopeful that I know we've already approved the position, so when whoever it is who fulfills the position and comes into the district, I would like them to come back before the board and bring this policy, and say, this works or this doesn't, or what do we need to do, or the changes, and so we can have a build out if we need to, or address any changes that we need to at that time as well.
I'd like to move that the board approve novel local board policy AEA regarding educational philosophy and educational equity with the changes mentioned.
I second.
You're going to make me have to call that, huh? I've got a motion from Gloria and a second from, eye contact. Anna made eye contact first. So Anna, second from Anna. Board members, any other discussions?
Yeah, I would like to make a comment before we vote on this. And I'll try to keep it brief, but I do have a few notes. I personally appreciate the diversity within our district. I think diversity has the potential to make us stronger everywhere in the district. The diversity of our students, the diversity of our families, the diversity of our employees. And I want the success of every student in our district. In my experience, diversity, however, is a really complex and nuanced topic, and that it is far more than we can see. It is far more than skin deep. It has become common, I think it's common, to use the phrase, "I see you," to recognize people who we think may not feel seen. And while I appreciate the sentiment, I think it's hyperbolic. I think it suggests a knowledge that we can't have. People are too complex. I can say I see you to someone, but the truth is, I really don't. I see small parts of them, but I can't really appreciate them fully without getting to know them, and even that will take significant time and effort for both of us. I mentioned this at the last meeting where we discussed this policy. I want to reiterate it. I appreciate the board and the staff who I worked with in the development of this policy. We worked hard on it. We made a lot of changes. We continue to make some changes tonight. It continues to get better. But in my estimation, this policy gets, as they say, the wrong end of the stick. Even though we talk about equal opportunity versus equal outcome, the language of this policy, the intent of this policy, the approach that we've used to analyze these topics previously as a board is outcome-based. That's not going to work. We can't control the outcomes. There are too many variables. Those equations are too complex. We cannot produce equal outcomes. I have particular concern about the hiring and promotion decisions that we make in the district. They should never contain any identity criteria. I'm concerned about the language about systemic inequalities or history of inequalities in Leander ISD. In my experience on the board over a decade, I don't see a system of inequality. I know there are incidents. We all have lived long enough and met enough people to experience incidents that we'd like to forget. Those incidents do not constitute a system that is biased against certain members of our community. And I reject any suggestion that it is. Further, I think that the language of the policy, I personally find offensive. It suggests that performance gaps are identity-driven. I find that offensive to our high performers. I find that deeply destructive for our low performers. And I have to make this additional comment. It's related, but tangentially, safe spaces are a legal morass for this district. We need to be very careful. We need to be conscientious of the fact that the notion of safe spaces suggests the need for counselors, not merely education professionals. It is my estimation that this policy will fail to resolve the inequalities and disparities in results that it purports to solve for. The reason is that we do not understand or we are unwilling to acknowledge the true causes of the differences in outcomes. As a result, this policy will not solve those things. And in my estimation, it will further divide us because of its focus on our differences in ways that are not productive and will further divide our community. So, in spite of all of the effort, and like I say, it's a much improved policy, I will be unable to support the policy tonight.
I wanted to add a few things. I appreciate that we changed the language from outcomes to opportunities, and I think that those opportunities can be measured, and we can look at what those opportunities are. I also think that, as Trish mentioned, once this person is in this position, we can look at some of these things and talk about, what's the plan of work? Where are we going to go with evaluating those opportunities and what types of outcomes we're going to look at? They may be different types of outcomes than we have in the past looked at. I think that, yes, when we say, I see you, it's deep and you don't know people's history and you don't know everything else that goes on with that. And that's absolutely true. Like, you have to really get to know anyone, know those people, to know what are all those pieces. But a lot of the things that this policy addresses are the ICU equity issues, where they are on the skin color, because skin color and the way you look, for our LGBTQ population and our Black and brown students, that skin color alone creates educational inequities. And I know you disagree with that, and I see you shaking your head, and I also think that when you say there's instances, and instances don't mean that that it's part of racism or sexism or any other ism, I think that you may not be in a position to really know how anyone that are in those others actually feel when our students, our Black and brown students, when our LGBTQIA students, I'm not going to tell them that, no, y'all are wrong, that's an instance. When We had a meeting Monday night that was completely out of control. People yelling at us, people having signs. When 2.5 years ago, a black man sat in the audience and held a sign right there. And our superintendent and someone on our board made the decision that we needed to call the police because there might be a threat. That the next board meeting, when there was all this diversity and support for our speakers, somebody decided on this board to turn the cameras so that there would be no camera facing the audience because we didn't want to see the signs and everything. So I don't think that those are random, or maybe those are random instances to you. The people who were sitting there, the students and the parents that came and shared those experiences with them, that wasn't like a random isolated experience. And so I also know that we can talk about this all night long. I don't think I'm going to change your mind and you're not going to change my mind. And so I think you and I have spent many of hours talking about this policy in our committee. And, that's where I am with that.
Yeah, just 2 quick comments, and I know Anna's mic is on as well. I need to correct the record. Your narrative about those past board meetings is inaccurate. I was board president at the time. Your details are wrong. Yep, they are factually incorrect. That is not a true narrative. It is my opinion that black and brown students should be expected to perform and can perform just like any other student of any color, and I have no lower expectation of them. They are, in my mind, no more likely to be lower performing students than any other student.
When given full opportunities, I agree.
I'm looking at this from, take a guess, a sped lens. I just want to say, if we had this policy in place when I moved to the district in 2015, we would have not gone through the heartaches that we did. And when we talk about those access points, I think I've told y'all this story. When we went up for my son's read, which is a 3-year evaluation, I think I had a reputation for my name. They knew who I was. I'm a Mama Bear advocate. And I sat in that meeting, and the person at the time was like, I'm sorry, your child's a SPED student. He does not belong in advanced courses. He does not belong in IB. I wonder how many other students like my son sat there, and how many years have we passed up students that are like my son, and what kind of opportunities that we prevented them to have. So now I look at that day and I think back. Had I not known, 1, the law, 2, if I didn't understand the potential and also the opportunities that this district can provide for my family, my son would not be where he's at today. And I think about him and I think of all those other students in Leander ISD right now, especially our special education students, because we know all you got to do is take a look at how much money we used to fight our families in court. And look where we're at now. So I just want to say, this is going to do good work. You might not believe it, but when we're looking at our special education population, it even mentions dyslexia. And our parents that have children with dyslexia, we know how Texas is. This right here, I have hope. I can actually sit here as a trustee and as a parent to a special education student and be like, you know what, we practice what we preach. And so for me, this is personal. We went through so much trouble to get that access point for my son, and it shouldn't be that hard. So I'm excited for this. I know you guys worked really hard on this, but this is good stuff.
So this is not a perfect policy as written, but what we have in place today is not a perfect policy either. And I think this is a honest attempt to address some of the things that are going on not only in our district but across the nation. To me, I see it as an acknowledgement that as a society, much more so than a district, we have got to do better. Everyone else has weighed in granularly. I will do the same. Acknowledgement of historical inequities. I don't know that that serves this policy. If you were to remove that entire paragraph, and I'm not suggesting that we do that, I'm just giving you my take. If we remove that entire paragraph, this policy as written would still be a very, very good start. To Aaron's point about the hiring and promotion should not in any way be based on demographics. When I'm looking for an engineer, when I'm looking to hire the best person for a particular job, there are all of the meat and potatoes of the position, but there's also that whole person. What do they bring to the team in addition to their innate skills and abilities? While I do share your sentiment and the sentiment of some of the speakers tonight, at no point would I ever want to sacrifice ability or getting the best of the best just to fill a demographic box. It is foolhardy and takes us back down the same path that we've been going down for 400 years if we don't acknowledge the fact that there is more to a position than just do they have the requisite knowledge and education and skills. What else can they bring to our family? So I'm in agreement that we need to pay attention to the folks that we're hiring. Students are going to do best when they feel like they can go to a school and see people who look like them, who have the same cultural backgrounds that they can relate to, that they can look up to and aspire to be like. So again, it's not a perfect policy, but I'm okay with that. But at the end of the day, and this is going to be a bit philosophical, I think we all agree that the intent of this policy is to change minds and change how we do business. To Aaron's point, what I don't think it's going to do is change hearts. The real work is going to come in how do we change the hearts. We're kidding ourselves if we say, hey, we approve this policy and all of our problems suddenly disappear. No, this is just saying that we acknowledge that there's work to do. We have been kicking this can down the road for years. We had students show up tonight. The students said, we do not feel seen or heard or safe. Out of the 70-some speakers that signed up tonight, there were 3 that stood out to me, and those were our students. So I kind of feel with these last-second changes, it's another one of those cases where hurry up and do this just so we can say we got it done, and I don't like that. But I like less saying, well, let's try to get a little bit more perfect before we approve it. All of this work is something that our director of our Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion officer, when that person gets on board, and to some of the points, right, we're going to have some discussions about what those roles and responsibilities look like and what the expectations are. But the first thing I would want that person to do is go through this policy and let us know where we missed and where we got it right. But it's not a perfect product. We're not going to change hearts with this policy. We have to do that each and every day. Those are my thoughts.
I just wanted to add the section that you were referring to about hiring. The district will intentionally commit to recruiting, hiring, and retaining qualified and experienced staff who reflect the diversity of our American society to support a culturally responsive workforce at all organizational levels. The district shall report annually on the recruiting, employment, placement, and retention of persons, including underrepresented racial and ethnic groups. So it's not saying that we're not going to hire the most qualified It's just saying that we're going to recruit. And, you know, we've talked a little bit about what that means. That means when we recruit at job fairs that we're going to not just UT and Texas State, but maybe we're purposely going to Houston-Tilson College, you know, predominantly black school. Does it say that we're going to hire the most qualified and experienced staff? So I just wanted to make sure that part was clear in there as well.
And I think you and I agree on that. But I go back to the most qualified candidate, but what else do they bring? And it is critically important to me that we have staff that looks like and comes from and is culturally relevant to the students that we have in our district, so that these students have more role models and mentors to look up to. So I think we're saying the same thing? Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if I was going to argue with you or not.
Yeah, to my mind, the real risk in the language is the reflect the diversity of our American society language. That suggests soft quotas of some sort, right, that match whatever the perceived demographics are in American society. And any effort to try and achieve those objectives is a racially motivated hiring plan, right? And I think that's the potential risk I see in that particular language. And I think it potentially exposes us. So I have particular concerns about the language, but more than that, in this country, hiring decisions are supposed to be made without consideration for those identifiable characteristics.
But when I think of like state agencies, right, when they go before the legislature, we have things like the HUD program for historically underutilized, am I saying this right? Where, you know, you ask about kind of the makeup or the complex of your business in order to get certain business contracts.
Women and minority-owned businesses.
Thank you, yes. It's not HUD, it's another initial. See, 11 o'clock, all the letters. But that's what I think about. When I'm reading our AEA Local 2, I think there might have been possibly it'd be easier to just go out there and take whatever the local buzzwords are and put them in. But what I see is very intentional use of words that matches our district and our district's heart. It wasn't necessarily the latest word to use. And so, for example, and I see it all through here, I've read through this several times, and I do want to clarify, yes, we had students speak here tonight, but we've also had students speak to us, and parents and community members through emails as well. We do have a lot of community input coming in all different sorts. And they have questions, and when they ask me questions, I go back and I look at it. It makes me think better. But I just want to, this sentence, I think, speaks to me in a way. It says, this district shall actively work, and now it's going to say, to improve its practices, to prevent inequities that lead to identity predictable disparities in outcomes. When I look at this, it just reminds me of what our state has told us for some time, is that you need to keep looking at the gaps and eliminate those gaps. That's why we have subpopulations that are constantly broken out. They're broken out in our STAR data and all the other data, because you're supposed to eliminate disparities based on those outcomes. And then at the end of this, it says, you know, that identity predictable disparities between student groups in Leander ISD is unacceptable. That's not going to be something we're going to keep working, continuously improve. And so I agree. I think we can keep improving this policy too and continuously improving, but I see a lot of work and intentionality here. Thank you for all of our committees and our district, and oh my goodness, the policy committee, the board, y'all had to meet and spend a lot of hours on this. There's a lot of work, and I see it here. You're right. You can policy away, it doesn't change hearts, but I do think policy giving direction to a person coming into our district gives them some vision. I'm looking forward to seeing what they say of what our next steps can be for the district.
One final question, then I'll be quiet, I promise. Going back to Aaron's point, number 4, district will intentionally commit to recruiting, hiring, and retaining qualified and experienced staff who reflect the diversity of our American society. If we took out of our American society and put of our district, would that make it more palatable?
No, and thank you for that segue. And so I'd like to make a connection to the reality of our execution because we always have to make sure that policy and practice align well. And so since this is a novel policy, I've been reflecting as you're talking about what is our practice. And I want to give you an example of what that looks like of intentionally committing to recruit. And so for us, it's a little different than how you're talking about it. And so one of the tools that we use in hiring in the district is a matrix that screens all the paper applications that we get and scores them in such a way that we can then select who we're going to provide high reviews to, and then who we're going to select to bring for round one interviews and on through the process. Well, one of the things that was happening was we were weighting fairly heavily internal candidates in the district. And because of that, and because of the nature of the makeup of our district, we were ending up with very limited diversity in our candidate pools, which make it very difficult to match this commitment to diversity. As we went back and looked at that and adjusted just that one small weighting criteria, it opened up the pool of candidates that we were having showing up at the table. So the candidates were there. We were just screening them out because of the way we were doing the process. As soon as we saw that and made that one small adjustment, suddenly this pool opened up and we started hiring naturally many more qualified, diverse candidates. So it's not about saying, I'm just going to hire diversity. It's about making sure that your pool is full of diverse candidates who you can then pick from the most qualified people. And so I think that's, for me, what number 4 says. And we're doing that already. So that allows us to align policy now, which is novel policy, with the practice that we already have in the district to ensure that we get the best candidates, but to make sure that our pool is full of diversity in order for us to pick those best candidates.
All right, board members, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 2 nays. 5 ayes, 2 nays. Motion carries. All right, we'll move on, and thank you, committee, for all your work and your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Sean and Holly, for continuing to review. We have one more policy. I don't know if you want to stay there just in case, Holly, but, oh, actually, I guess it's kind of 2. Consider approval of board policy EF local and EMB local.
Okay, so again, on August 5th, we went through some of this, and I'm bringing up some of the rest of the team here, Dr. Bentz and Jennifer Collins. There's very little difference here from what you saw last time. There's 2 issues I just wanted to bring up. One was, as you'll recall, in our discussion of EF local, there was an inadvertent coloring that indicated a change in the, I want to get directly to the section here, that had to do with the selection criteria, and it showed number 6 in red as if that was an addition to the policy, and that was just, that was typographical. That language in number 6 is actually extant language from the current policy without your changes. The only thing that is really different there is that it's been renumbered from 5. If you were to look at the policy right now online, it would be number 5. It has been renumbered to number 6 because we've added number 4. So I just wanted to clear that piece up because there was some confusion and some questions today about that, and looking like we had somehow tried to slip one by you or something like that. And I just wanted to make sure that we're really clear that nobody's trying to slide anything by. And in fact, we addressed this at the last meeting, but just so that everybody's clear, because it's been a while since we last met and discussed it. The other thing you'll note is we've added a number 7, and number 7 on the selection criteria, and this was to address the questions and concerns about the applicability of House Bill 3979, particularly as it relates to social studies courses. And I will note that that's a very limited topic. 3979 doesn't address all of your topic areas. It's a pretty narrow focus. In any event, we added this number 7 so that the selection criteria will also conform with the requirements of state law and regulations. Staff is recommending this particular addition in order to ensure that we conform with that, but not getting overly specific about House Bill 3979 so that your policy has some flexibility and is a living document. The part of that rationale is that, well, what if there are other legislative changes? For instance, in the special session, there are a couple bills right now, such as Senate Bill 3, House Bill 28, that are under consideration that could have some additional impacts on how we select instructional materials. This language would allow that to occur and allow those criteria to be considered as factors without having to come back and do a whole bunch of really technical detailed changes to your policy every time. And really, so what this falls back on then is really it's an implementation thing, and just ensuring staff and the committees that are involved with the selection criteria need to know and will have to be trained then on what those additional criteria are. But that's not really any different than how that ordinarily goes. I mean, usually we have the subject matter experts in on those, and they know specifically what TEAC requirements are, what legal requirements or restrictions might be in place. The EMB local, we didn't make any changes to. And I will just, as a reminder, we're recommending that in passing these policies, EMB and EF local, which we discussed last time, that we're also recommending concurrently adopting a resolution which allows a little glide path for staff to be able to get material through this review process, but not completely bind the hands of the districts to where we have no instructional materials to use and we're currently in school. And so you'll see that language reflected in that resolution. We don't believe it'll take an inordinate amount of time to do that, but we didn't want to put ourselves in a position where you adopt this policy and we're immediately either violating the policy or we have no instructional materials we can use until we can cram it through a review process. And we'd rather not cram it through. We'd rather it be deliberative and be a quality review that meets the criteria that have been discussed here and were discussed by your committee.
Board members?
Lots of things, but I'm going to let Aaron go. The resolution saying that we're going to do better, but all of the garbage that we have out there right now, we're just going to let that slide for another year is absolutely unacceptable to me. I'm just going to say that right up front. Because our friend Paul's been holding up CRT all night, I'm going to speak to CRT for just a second so that I feel as though I've been heard. I am opposed. I am vehemently and adamantly opposed to critical race theory. However, I am in favor of ensuring each person in our district feels seen, valued, and accepted. And so while the far left and the far right activists attempt to marry those concepts, they are distinctly separate. To fully accept someone as a human being, I do not have to first hate myself for being born white. That's how I feel. In many years of advocating for those who do not look like me, and I have spent, I've been on the earth 58 years, I've spent a majority of that time advocating for people who do not look like me. That stands in stark contrast to what CRT says. So let's be perfectly clear. There's two different things here. There's CRT, and then there's inclusion and acceptance of people that don't look like us, whether us being I'm brown, I'm black, I'm whatever. The instructional materials has been a real hot button for me because it's stunning to me that we still have this conversation about pornography and this objectionable material. And I would really like to go back to the speaker who said I would like to add this to that policy about pornography and offensive language. I could not agree with that more. I am not ready to accept any of this in its current form. I need to be assured that we are going to take rape and incest and graphic sexual content out of our instructional materials. And I am not going to give you a pass and say, if it's in these books right now, you've got a year to sort it out. That's not my issue. This has been brought up 3 times in 5 years. Now is not the time to start weeding that stuff out. It should have been weeded out a long time ago. And while I'm on the subject, and I'm not going to nitpick on every single book, but the ABCs of equity, X is for X-ray when you're 5 years old. X-ray is not controversial. X-ray is not pushing an agenda. Z is for zebra. The zebra is not going to get offended that we say Z is for zebra. But all of these other agenda pushing items, and if anyone thinks that the ABCs of equity is anything but agenda driven, wow. So we have a lot of work to do. We have got to balance having everybody feel welcomed and accepted and seen and heard without pushing these types of agendas. So that's all I've got to say about that. I'm not ready to approve any of that.
Yeah, a few comments. First, for anybody who's listening at home and wants to Google the book, I think it's The ABCs of Equality, interestingly enough.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I made the same mistake initially myself. As it relates to the resolution you referenced, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer, but I believe the resolution is not intended to apply to any of the reading club books that have been under review, but rather that applies to books that were already in the system before this last year's review. And it's really just intended to give us time to re-review those books that had already been accepted into our system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We have a list of books that have already been vetted for whole class novels. It includes our classics, but we are not going to be able to have all of those reviewed and linked onto our website by tomorrow. And so what we need is the runway so that we can have that time to look up, Othello from Shakespeare and, Lord of the Flies and all of those books. We need to be able to link to those summaries so that parents can see access to those books as well.
So
but all of the book club books, that process essentially has come and gone. We will have a cycle 9 after policy is reviewed.
Yeah, the resolution then gives you a year to take all of that other core literature through the same review process so that we have full documentation of all of those materials as well.
Yeah, we do not intend to go through a CACAC type process like we did last year. Essentially what we want to do though is provide the information to parents so that they can look at those books. Most of the books on that list people are familiar with, Frankenstein, Romeo and Juliet, right? I mean, they're books that we have heard of, but we do want parents to be able to click because they may not have read all of those books, and we want them to be able to see a professional review for each of those titles so that they can help make a good decision for their own children.
Okay, so I appreciate that. ABCs of Equality.
Yeah, I still have problems with that book too.
But that one's not right.
It is not a part of our curriculum.
Yeah.
That book is not a part of our curriculum.
Well, it's not part of the curriculum, but it is part of our instructional materials.
It is not a part of our instructional materials.
Actually, if we go back to the beginning of EF and we look at the definitions, we're on page 1 under objectives. In this policy, instructional resources may include textbooks, library acquisitions, supplementary resources for classroom use, and any other instructional resources, including electronic resources, used for formal or informal teaching and learning purposes. We've talked about it before. That is a very inclusive definition of instructional resources, and I think we would agree that the ABCs of Equality would fall under instructional resources, not curricular, but part of our instructional resources. And so I share your concerns, Jim. I don't think it has been properly vetted. I don't think it's appropriate for the students that it is intended to be presented to based on the age group for which it was written. That said, I have a couple of questions and possible edits. On page 2, I'm in EF, as we look at the selection criteria. I think when we talked about this before, number 4, the weighted as a whole language presented some concern because while I appreciate the intent, and my goal here isn't to provide a checklist by which materials can be immediately eliminated. At the same time, the as weighted as a whole language suggests that if there's only 2 scenes of nudity, it's okay, right? Or whatever your definition is of a rated R movie.
Aaron,
so
can
long
you
as
clarify where you're looking at? It's EF local, page 1,
page 2,
page 2.
under selection criteria, number 4.
Okay, thank you.
So our weighted as a whole language, I think, presents some problems for myself and some of the members of our community as we look at how we evaluate some of these choices. So my proposal is to essentially eliminate that sentence and the word resources in the next sentence because that's redundant to the opening paragraph. And it would then say, if you include the opening paragraph, in the selection of instructional resources, professional staff shall ensure that the resources containing sensitive content or addressing sensitive issues, including but not limited to sexuality, violence, or profanity, shall be subject to careful scrutiny and review. I'll let that one settle for just a second.
I want to add, does that cause problems if we do that with weighted as a whole, when a lot of the books we're already using right now that are part of our classics may have any of those scenes in there of violence or a sexual content, but weighted as a whole, Frankenstein, we're like, hey, that's okay, that's cool when that part happens. And in Romeo and Juliet, we're like, that's okay when that happens. And any of the other Shakespeare novels, there are scenes in there, but weighted as a whole, we've said those are okay, even though there's those pieces of violence or sex.
Yeah, I think the challenge for me is the weighted as a whole phrasing, right? I think it has everything to do with how it's presented, how graphically it's presented, and the language used, and some of those kinds of things. And I think weighted as a whole doesn't necessarily get to that.
Do we just take out anything that has anything that falls? I don't understand.
Like I said, I'm not trying to create a checklist and we say, hey, it has this word, so it's out, right? That's not really my intent. But I do think the weighted as a whole language is problematic. I think if it's just, it goes through a careful review, we scrutinize these issues and these topics carefully. I'm comfortable with that, assuming that we have the working materials, the work product for our parents to make decisions about those materials when we're done.
Yeah, so clarification for intent. So I think policy is designed to give us the guide rails, but also be vague enough to allow us to do the work without having to come back to the board every time for clarification. So is the intent here for there to be careful scrutiny and review? Is that enough to allow the administrative team to do their work to make those selections? Because I think what this says is, as it's written right now, it says, you know, we need to look at that particular piece of literature as a whole, and if there are issues of sexuality, violence, or profanity, then we're going to make sure that there's careful scrutiny of that inside that context of the whole. If we take that other part out, does that leave us with just saying anytime there's sexuality, violence, or profanity, we're going to have to make very careful scrutiny of that particular piece of it, without reference to the context that it's inside? And does that limit then does that limit our understanding of the intent? So I want to just be sure that there's clear intent in the policy, that we have the ability to do our work without having to come back to the board every time.
In my mind, the intent is a scrutiny in review of particular themes and topics, right? That really is the core expectation. I think the weighted as a whole language is problematic. I think it creates misunderstanding.
And Aaron says a little bit softer than I think. I am not at all interested in putting any materials in front of our students that talk about incest, child rape, gang rape. However you put that into this, I get what you're saying. This is a guideline, but we've had a guideline, and 3 times in 5 years, we've had parents come up here and let us have it.
Just read
rightfully
to us.
so.
Just read to us, right?
So I do understand the extreme material that you're talking about. I understand that, but I think we need to be very careful that we don't eliminate all material in this policy. So that's why I'm wanting to make sure we truly understand the intent of the policy, because it has to guide our professional decision making.
Okay, so
because you're not going to be in the room every time we make a decision about this. You do not want to be in the room every time we make a decision about this, I promise, because there's a lot of material that is going to be reviewed in order to make sure that our kids have what they need in front of them. And so we have to have very clear guidelines and understand that, but it can't eliminate all the material either. And so we have to have guidelines that help us to make sure that we understand what it is that we're putting in. If we take out that as weight as a whole, I fear that it creates a lane that's so narrow that we cannot accomplish the goals that have been set out by the state in expanding to make sure that we're putting the right materials in our kids' hands to make sure that we're really meeting the state's goals.
So it may be helpful to provide a little context for you, Mr. McKay, and some of the conversation that we had at the committee level on this. First of all, related to Aaron's comment, I don't believe that this policy fails or is unimplementable, and I don't think it creates a checklist of if you hit this or switch, then the whole thing turns off. If you took out the weight as a whole and just had it about sensitive content will be given careful scrutiny review, I think that is still workable, in my opinion. I'm looking to Dr. Benz, I see a nodding head. Part of what we discussed in the committee is being careful not to actually eliminate classics. I mean, you mentioned incest, but Oedipus Rex is a classic of Greek theatrical literature, and the whole story is about incest. And so if we were to make an absolute bar, you would eliminate many of the classics that people are also clamoring to bring back into the conversation. And I think the compromise here was to ensure that we weren't inadvertently eliminating what is otherwise good and important literature, and have that, but ensuring that it is given careful scrutiny so that we don't have the same issues we've had with the complaints about the book clubs in particular over this past year.
Hang on. I'm just going to finish my thought and then I'll be quiet. The next time child rape is read to me from our books, I'm going to expect resignations.
So, Jim, couple of things. Let's all make sure, because I think Anna's had her mic on too for a while. So if you're going to be on, if you're on this section, that's great. If you want to move on subject, no, we're on this one, and we might be on this one for a little bit. So you'll have to do it. Yeah, I'm thinking there are some books that I remember in high school that have some interesting context that are considered the classics, and I did not enjoy them, but they were things that teachers brought up. So I do think this conversation is good, that we continue to deliberate to make sure we're all on the same page moving forward. So excellent discussions.
On that number 4, I think that if weighted as a whole is removed and we say resources, exactly what's there, it still says shall be subject to careful scrutiny and review. And so basically that's kind of making that point about the weighted as a whole in a different way, that if that is easier to, I'm fine with removing our weighted as a whole. I know we talked about that language a lot in our committee, but I think it still serves that bullet point, or that number 4 still serves the point without that first sentence. It talks about, yes, these things might be there, but they shall be subject to careful scrutiny and review. So I would be fine with that change.
I have one other request,
Wait, are you moving off of 4 though, as weighted as a whole?
I am for now. We can.
Well, let's make sure everybody who wanted to talk about 4 jumps in if they have any other thing.
Mine was from like a long time ago. In regards to the library books, and I know we have a certain process in regards to contesting library books. Is this process replacing that? Because I see challenged resources, and I'm trying to better understand this. So books in a library, we're going to refer back to this policy to contest it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we've been working behind the scenes trying to get those materials prepped and ready to go. Essentially what we've done is we've taken those processes that have been on a piece of paper that you had to know the right person to talk to in order to get those pieces of paper. We've digitized the process so that we can have links on the website that it's easy to find for people to go to. Essentially the process is the same. We've just taken it up to the district level as opposed to campus level so that the informal reconsideration process would happen at the campus level, the formal reconsideration process would happen at the district level.
And then as weighted as a whole, because I know we need to move on, but the statement was made, I think that the board seemed to be okay with removing that sentence. Is that right? Is that where we landed?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with
So I want to know from district, how does that change anything when we remove that? What does that signal to you or change to you? By doing that, did we change our vision or where are y'all landing?
So in my mind, the intent is still there whenever I read number 3 along with number 4, because it talks about the resources are appropriate for the subject area, the age, the ability level, the learning styles. And so I think about the whole child whenever I think about how we will look at careful scrutiny review, because my careful scrutiny and review is going to be different based on the course and the age of the students.
All right, Aaron, next one.
Yeah, and I, just to make it read well, remove the word resources at the beginning of the next sentence, because that's the last word before the colon above, right? So the second question or discussion for me is around, and I'm on page 3 now, the bottom of the page, or near the bottom of the page, the middle school and high school reading selections paragraph. We've had a couple of questions from members of the community about why this indicates only 6th through 12th grade. My recollection from our committee discussions was because that's where our reading clubs traditionally have happened, and that doing this may be difficult at the pre-K through 5th grade level for all the reading materials, but the principle still seems valid to me. So I'm trying to trying to decide if I'm remembering correctly, or how potentially we expand that language to cover those earlier grades, or what issues that would cause.
Yeah, Aaron, I think that you're exactly right. I think that this was written in response to our community's feedback about high school. We decided to expand this language to include middle school because of the potential content that we might want to make sure that our parents were aware of. I think as you think about elementary, the thousands and thousands of texts that every elementary student has access to over the course of them being in an elementary, campus, it is robust, and it is, the books only have 3 pages sometimes, right? Whenever you're in kindergarten, and so they consume lots and lots of texts. And so I just wonder about, I don't know. I just wonder about what that would potentially look like for those lower grades, especially.
Yep. We talked too about how essentially we have an obligation to review everything that comes into our system as an instructional resource, according to the definition that we read earlier, which is literally every piece of written material. That's a huge burden, but at the same time, we have an obligation to our community to make sure that anything that is, potentially objectionable, potentially offensive, they have an opportunity to choose not to participate or have their student exposed to it. So how do we meet that objective given the volume?
And while we're at it, I guess here's my other thought, Aaron, is that this is a very robust policy. I think our district and the policy committee have set out some very strong goals here. And so trying to expand it before you even get this off the ground, I kind of would like to see y'all do this. I also think with elementary, for me, reaching out to this teacher in an elementary level was much easier to have a conversation than trying to go, keep those communications with all the teachers and make sure. And so I get it. In middle school, I could just talk to the literature teacher. But there's something about knowing what all the subjects are and having to be able to contact all the teachers. And so I understand, I think, why we're doing this, but I'm trying to clarify, are we asking our district to do more than they can, and then are we not setting this policy up for success? Is it okay to pull this out, do it, and then see what's really necessary from there?
The other thing that we see in elementary that's different than middle school and high school is the idea that not every book is a trade book, right? And so, A is for Apple may be a phonics-based book, and it is a book that our students consume, and they're learning about the short A sound. And if you Google A is for Apple, there will be hundreds of books with that kind of title, right? It's not a trade book that you would necessarily, go read for pleasure. It's a book about teaching kids how to read. So that gets complex as well.
It seems to me that the policy itself sets out to make sure that all the instructional materials that come in, like you described, are appropriate instructional materials. It's important at the secondary level because I think there's the opportunity, especially with the requirements that we're meeting, of expanding that thought process for older kids that digs into more sensitive topics. So it seems to me at the elementary level, the notification of the parent piece is not as necessary as making sure that the materials that are potentially out there, that the parents know they've got a really robust process for making sure the materials are appropriate. And so there's not as much need for notification, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that at least historically is generally true. I agree with that in principle. I think we're in a place in this day and age where there can be sensitive topics on the bookshelf in a 5th grade classroom without, stretching your imagination too much. And so I'm trying to think about how we address those. And I recognize that's not going to be every 3-page book in kindergarten, right? That doesn't make sense. That isn't necessary. It doesn't add value. It wouldn't scale. But I don't know that, I think there's a transition somewhere between there and 6th grade probably.
I wonder if there's an appetite about, taking out middle school and high school as called out specifically, and maybe not make it so specific that we're going to talk about every single title and summary and identification of potentially sensitive topics and themes, but instead changing the blurb so that if in any grade level, pre-K through 12, if a teacher feels that something's going to be, potentially sensitive topic, that it would be, shared with the parents and they would have an opportunity to know. I don't know if that makes any sense or not. I'm just trying to think about how we could reword it so that it would be a little bit more inclusive, like Aaron's saying.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think particularly as you read the paragraph, I think that's what you're doing in reacting to that, right? If it's possible that a reading selection might be sensitive, it seems reasonable to tell the parents no matter what grade, right?
But wouldn't they, okay. I just don't know if necessary a policy is going to get the same goal that you want when we do that. Are we stretching it out so much to say, hey, teachers, talk to your parents if you have a controversial issue? I think we should be saying that anyway. I think we're kind of in our continuous improvement going there. I am a bit nervous, but I would love to continue the session about to change our policy from something that had so much discussion on middle school and high school and now doing something, it seems like we're changing it. But I'm open to the discussion. It's just, it seems like a change in practice and process as well.
Well, this is in red. I think this is new content, correct? So this didn't exist in our policy before. And as I reread it, kind of as you were doing, the notion is that if there is potentially sensitive material, topics or themes, the teacher's proactively notifying parents before it's discussed. I don't think it's a full comprehensive review of every title. It's actually just a proactive notice requirement. To me, that seems easy enough to do across the board. That doesn't require a certain grade level.
I guess my concern, I know that part's new, but the entire time we were going through each of these items, we had secondary in mind. We kept talking about secondary, and we said that this was about secondary. And a lot, I guess, if we're going to change that, I really feel like we need to go back and go through all of these items and evaluate whether those work for pre-K through 5. And I'm not opposed to doing that, but that wasn't our scope when we were looking at them. And so I feel like that is a big difference, because the lens I had on it when we were doing this in our policy committee was really secondary.
Yeah, I don't disagree. What if we just, I think Jennifer may have suggested this, what if we have another paragraph there that's specific to elementary that could tighten and simplify this language up even further, I think, because the requirements elementary are just a little bit
I'm open to that. I'm just hesitant. So, policy and practice have to align all the time, and I'm just hesitant. It's easy for me to just say, yeah, let's just put the elementary in, but I'm hesitant to say that if the practice can't meet the policy. Does that make sense?
Well,
I'm very nervous about that.
It does. I'll go a step earlier in the chain, right? And the question I would ask is, if in elementary school, a teacher is going to introduce reading materials that include sensitive topics or themes, and that teacher doesn't tell those elementary school parents, we have a process problem, because the parents have an expectation of that. So in my mind, it's perfectly reasonable to have that policy, and if we need to add the process to support that, then we should do that, because this is how it should happen.
Jennifer, you were elementary curriculum before you became curriculum. So have we ever run into this issue of sensitive material at the elementary level?
So we've had some challenge books at the elementary level in the last 4 or 5 years. We've had less than a handful of books that were challenged. They've been over topics like a dog that had its ears clipped, and the students felt like that was mean to the dog, and so they ended up moving that book, right? It's those kinds of topics traditionally that cause us to move the text at elementary.
And so there's a process in place for those books to be challenged.
Correct.
And that is happening effectively, and then we're doing something about that.
Yes, that's correct.
So in your opinion, do you feel like this is something about elementary is necessary in this policy at this point?
I have not seen the need in what we currently have in our system. I haven't heard the complaints or the concerns from our families. I understand the potential in the things that have been discussed tonight. I think that my question would be, if we do say something about sensitive topics, then do we refer back to the selection criteria number 4, that's how we define sensitive topics as sexuality, violence, and profanity in elementary books?
Right, because I think sensitive topic to a 3rd grader is, ears being clipped on a dog is an appropriate sensitive topic for a 3rd grader, whereas when we talk about sensitive topics, we're thinking about other stuff.
Well, and the language back there, number 4, is including but not limited to. So it's not an exhaustive list, and it gives us flexibility, I think, to, as you looked at number 3 above it, to consider the age and maturity of the audience and those kinds of things, right?
Madam President, may I make a suggestion or just a comment, I guess? I think just listening to our trustees speak about it, I don't think there is a problem at all in philosophically with having some verbiage in there around all teachers at all grade levels having to inform parents about any reading or discussion that's going to involve potentially sensitive topics. I think where we would run into some challenges with being realistic about some of the work involved would be providing, which is the intent of this, was looking at the book clubs, and the choice is providing titles, thorough summaries, reviews, and really transparent identification of all the subjects and themes for every single book that is within those book clubs. And to do that with every single book that we have purchased in LISD that might still be in circulation and is in circulation over the last however many years would be something that I would not want to have put into policy tonight until we had a chance to figure out if that is something that the board desired us to do, to really figure out the scope of it. School has started this year, and our hope and our intent was, as we were starting the school year this year, this policy as it's written, and to some of your points, that it's written with a focus and the thought and the processing of the committee and of the team has been around those book club choices at the secondary level. It is pretty important. I think we really would like to have this policy in place as a guardrail for that. Does not mean at all that we can't expand it or look beyond that. Does not at all mean that it wouldn't be reasonable to look at some verbiage around, in the more general sense of teachers informing parents of any sensitive material. Just my thoughts on the matter.
On page 3 of EF Local, it says gifts of instructional resources shall be evaluated according to these criteria. By gifts, is that parents who provide these gifts, outside organizations, or summer reading program? Are they all going to be scrutinized? Like, I'm trying to understand the definition of gift.
So to be clear, that is language that was already in your policy. And yeah, I believe anything that's donated, I mean, that's essentially what gifts are going to be, or donations to a classroom or to a campus. They would be subject to that scrutiny. And I personally would think that would be appropriate, because you want to have discretion over what you're putting on your shelves.
Maybe to kind of round things out, Matt, if you're proposing that we move forward without any adjustment to that paragraph for tonight, but you want to bring us some language to either modify that paragraph or add something for elementary at a future date, I'm okay with that.
And I would also like to say, as we think, if we're bringing something back, I'm trying to make sure I understand that I'm aligning what this policy is doing versus what our overall policy is doing. I mean, the interaction between teachers and parents is critical. And so I don't know how we find that balance to do it well, but I know we want to do it better. I don't know if necessarily you need a policy that says send a letter out, send a letter out, send a letter out, but the communication needs to be there. And I think y'all know that and are identifying it with it. But I think that's also what I'm hearing. I know that's what I feel is, whether you're in elementary, you're in pre-K, or in your middle, this being involved in and knowing kind of what literature or reading's going on, or what's going on in the kiddo's experience is important, especially if it's dealing with sensitive topics. The challenge I think is that sometimes we don't always know what those sensitive topics are. So I just don't know, as we keep talking about, can we change a heart with policy? Can you address all the issues out there? I mean, there are parents who have talked to me about how the SEL program for a thing they were working through was not really the most healthy choice for their child at that time, but they walked with their teacher through it and figured out how to do it. I think there are things that can be wonderful in a book, and it could be something that you wouldn't think is any of these categories that could still be a problem for a child for some reason. So how do we write proper policy and not tie your hands, but encourage that communication of the teacher with the parent? And so if y'all bring something back, that's what I think about. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ramble. I was just trying to get at something complex there. I don't even know if I landed, but hopefully I got close.
A final comment, I was just gonna, that makes complete sense, Madam President, and just the other piece, EF Local also, I mean, the main body of EF Local does deal with parameters for review and selection and adoption of instructional materials moving forward. And what we're bringing back to you in October right now, I think that's the tentative schedule, is the Instructional Resources Selection Manual. And what we are looking to do and what we've been waiting, well, we're not waiting on it, we've been working through it, is to use specific verbiage from this policy or the policy that does get approved to create real specific rubrics for that instructional materials selection manual that, again, like I said, we'll be bringing back to you in October, and along with some other information when we get ready for our next cycle that we have to work on for approving some resources.
Madam President, I move the board concurrently adopt the revisions to Policy EF Local, Policy EMB Local, and the resolution regarding implementation of Policy EF Local, including the discussed change to selection criteria item number 4.
I have a motion from Aaron. I need a second.
Second.
I mean, you could not, but he did it so well. I have a motion from Aaron, second from Gloria. Any other discussions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed, 1 nay. Motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. Consider approval of Board Policy EIE Local.
So we call this the Old MacDonald Had a Farm policy, right? EIEIO. So this policy is specific to grading, and we have been working in Leander ISD for many, many years to improve our grading practices and our communication with parents. We continued that learning last year, even through the pandemic. And we have some campuses who are interested in doing some piloting with 4th and 5th grade. You received a Friday memo with quite a bit of information about this topic. Some of the differences for you to note, in case you had students who received standards-based report cards over the years, we have moved electronic with our standards-based report cards, so they're no longer just on the big folded pieces of paper, but now they are in our student information system. We are moving with 4th and 5th grade from a binary system of you've mastered it or you're a not yet to a 3-tiered system to hopefully increase communication with parents about more kind of a you're almost there kind of a level for parents. And then we're also working with our student information system to design ways for parents to be able to track progress over time. With our 4th and 5th grade, where right now our elementary parents are having to get communication from their teachers through Wednesday folders and those kinds of things, it's harder at the younger grades. So we're trying some really different things with 4th and 5th grade pilot. But in order to officially move forward with that pilot, we need policy to be adjusted because it currently states that 4th and 5th grade receives number grades. So that's what we're wanting to talk about tonight.
Board members, any questions?
Just a point of clarification on page 1 under kindergarten through grade 3. I think that's where it was. We have lined out in the reading, writing, and mathematics essential knowledge and skills, and it looks like we've replaced that with on course level, grade level standards for all subject areas. I just want to, because somebody had thought that was a bit confusing. They said, well, you're taking out reading, writing, and arithmetic. I just want to make sure that all subject areas include reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Exactly, and we're adding in there the science and the social studies is what that allows us to do.
So
yeah, it's even more inclusive than it was before.
Got it.
Board members, motion?
This is actually a first read for you, so this
Never
won't
mind.
be for
Don't
action
make a
until the
motion.
next meeting.
No motions. All right.
Is that correct? It shows action requested. Is this time
Yes,
sensitive?
that's just a typographical issue.
Okay. All right. All right, then, if that's it, thank y'all very much. We appreciate it. Thank y'all for all your work. A lot of policy there, y'all. We'll move on. We're going to go down into operations, and then we'll come back up to governance. But we're going to move down into operations and consider and take possible action concerning the proposed LISD Alternative Teacher Certification Tuition Scholarship Program for Special Education Teacher Certification.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gehring.
He'll be here shortly.
Yep. He's around. So we're bringing this item before you due to the continued national shortage of teachers, and more specifically, seeing an increasing shortage of special education teachers. So in an effort to support our external recruitment program, we've developed a partnership with Texas Teachers, which is the highly sought after, recommended #1 alternative certification program in the nation. And so we would like to target our IAs who currently have a bachelor's degree, and place them in the program. It's a self-paced program, and they would be able to become a certified SPED teacher through this program in a very short period of time. We would like to begin with a cohort of 10 in the fall and then another 10 in the spring. It takes about 2 weeks for them to go through the pre-service program, and after they do that, they can become the teacher of record on an intern certification through TEA. And we would like to begin this program, within the next few weeks, given the board's approval. The cost per person is approximately $4,500. So the total cost for the 20 this year would be $89,700. We would ask them to commit to teaching in LISD for 3 years as an opportunity for us to waive their tuition. If they did leave before that time, we would ask them to repay those tuition costs. So it gives us this pipeline of special education teachers. We're also partnering with our special education department to provide resources and support, although the Texas Teachers Program provides a field supervisor, so they have lots of ongoing support through them. But just to make sure that we're setting them up for success and they have all of the resources that they need to become successful, make it through this program and become a successful SPED teacher for Leander ISD. And we are asking for action tonight. We are able to use ESSER funds for this program this year. Typically, we would seek to use Title II funds, but because we have access to the ESSER funds this year, we thought this would be a great opportunity to use some of those funds to start this program.
Board members?
I'm going to make a motion. I move the Board of Trustees approve the implementation of the LISD Alternative Teacher Certification Tuition Scholarship Program for Special Education Teacher Certification to be funded with federal ESSER funds for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second. I have a motion from Anna, second from Alexis. Is there any other discussion? Can I just say, we love it. Thank you for thinking out of the box. You're awesome.
Absolutely.
I was just going to ask if we can expand this once it's successful.
Keep growing. Thank you.
Absolutely. There's lots of opportunities that we're looking at for this particular program, even outside of the special ed arena, in some of the CATE areas, those higher need areas, math, science, things like that. So yes, there's lots of opportunities. We're looking at other partnerships with other universities that we're looking at for people who may not already have a bachelor's degree. So how do we get them through an entire program? So really building that grow your own program and using these people to come back and mentor maybe other cohorts through the program as well. So we have lots of great ideas to grow and continue this program as a grow your own pathway, career pathway for our employees.
All right.
See, that's what I wanted to get to.
All right. No, it's great. This is great. With the workforce shortage going on, we need you to keep thinking out of the box. You're doing it. Your team's doing it. Thank y'all so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you again. All right, we'll move on to the consider approval of the 2021-2022 budget amendments.
Since Miss Carrie Lynn didn't beat me to it, good morning. All right, so this is the first amendment to the 2021 budget, and this month it is not on consent due to the increase to expenditures that's related to rolled POs. You'll also notice in the detail there are several transfers described as correcting functions, and this was related to the rolling or the loading of the actual payroll budget versus what the board adopted in June, and those are just transfers with no effect on the deficit. But the significant amendment this month is related to the POs. These are orders that were placed in the last fiscal year and were not received by June 30. We're legally required to roll those over. I will note that last year we rolled over $8.2 million in POs. This year, everyone across the district worked really hard to make sure things were received, invoices were received, things were closed out if they weren't going to be received. And we're going to continue to refine that process this year so that we're only rolling budget for very large capital items and not all of the orders that didn't come in. So we'll roll the POs, but we'll start eliminating the budget amounts that we roll. So we are asking for approval of the budget amendment.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the budget transfers and amendments to the 2021-2022 budget as presented, as well as approve the amendment to budget updating tax rate calculation forms. Am I on the right one?
Yes.
Okay. As required by tax code 26.04 parentheses E-5.
I second. I have a motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll now move on to the next one. Consider approval of a resolution designating the tax rate collection officer for truth in taxation.
So this is a new thing this year. Back in the 86th legislature, Senate Bill 2 made several changes to Texas property tax. Some of those went into effect January 1, 2020, and other provisions went into effect January 1, 2021. One of those new provisions requires the board to designate the officer that's going to perform the truth in taxation calculations. Fortunately, our contract with Williamson County states that the tax assessors shall make those calculations under Chapter 26 of the tax code. And so we're asking the board to approve a resolution showing that they have designated the county tax assessor as the designated officer performing those calculations.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the resolution designating Larry Gaddy's PCAC, CTA, Williamson County Tax Assessor Collector as the tax rate calculation officer for truth in taxation.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim and a second from Alexis. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. Consider approval of an ordinance adopting the 2021 property tax rate.
And finally, we are here to adopt the 21 tax rate. We have discussed this several times over the summer. I'll just remind the board that this is the third year of tax compression on the M&O tax rate. TEA did certify our MCR as 82.2 cents. We are adding the 5 pennies that we're allowed to by law. With that, this still represents a reduction in the tax rate of 8.14 pennies. So this is a significant tax rate reduction. The question is what to do with the INS tax rate. It is currently at 46.5 cents. This covers the 21-22 debt payment requirements and provides additional collections. The board has had a planned quarter of a penny step down in place, and so if you choose that option, you would look at a total decrease of 8.39 cents. The difference between the decrease of 8.14 cents or 8.39 cents is an annual difference of $9 on the average home in the district. So despite the significant decrease in the tax rate, the average homeowner will still see an annual increase between 47 to 56 depending on the option chosen. So I would recommend you continue with the planned quarter of a penny step down and adopt an IRS tax rate of 46.25.
Madam President, I move the property tax rate for the 2021 tax year be increased by the adoption of a total tax rate of $1.33.45, which includes 87.2 cents for maintenance operations and 46.25 cents for interest and sinking, which is effectively a 1.09% increase in the tax rate as outlined in the ordinance.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim and a second from Alexis. Any other discussions?
Yeah, just a comment or maybe a question. I wasn't aware, Elaine, that you were going to recommend continuing the 1/4% decrease. In our recent models with PFM, I'm trying to remember how we ran those models.
We ran one originally with 46 flat, and then we ran one with the 46.25, if I recall.
When you say 46 flat, you mean 46.5 or?
46.00.
Oh, so 50 cents less than the current rate.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, just the thought in my mind was the image and the discussion with PFM about bonding capacity at the tax rate in the model, and I didn't recall the rate in the model because there wasn't a ton of flexibility, and I just don't want us to nibble away at that capacity too much. And if economic circumstances should change in the near future, I want to make sure we're in a position that we don't have to raise rates.
Right, absolutely. And we were pushing the model at the 933 million, and I think we originally ran it at a 46.00 rate, and then we put it back at the 46.25, but I don't recall running it at 46.5.
I also believe that when we started this trend of stepping down too, our M&O and how that was calculated looked so different as well. So as we move forward in these discussions, I don't know if that's the wise course to now continue it. That was a process we had in a different structure. We now have another one we need to consider. And I know you're still working through some of those pieces and components, and we'll see what happens in the special. But I don't know if when we start thinking about our next budget build out, if we want to assume that same thing. It's a different structure now, so we have other things we might need to consider.
46.5 definitely gives us more flexibility in the long run. It's a difference of about 586,000 in tax collections for this year. So I made a recommendation to kind of guide the conversation. So you are free to change that and leave it at 46.5.
Well, I felt there was a motion out there, but I think moving forward, that was what I was talking about. Board members, though, any other question?
So, I have always wanted to give back to the taxpayers who have allowed us to over levy for several years. But to your point, we are in a different environment now. If the board appetite is to adopt the 46.5, I'm fine to amend that or withdraw my motion.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily suggesting we shouldn't move forward. I just wanted to clarify around the models and what was used in generation of those models. I have to say, every time somebody uses the word over levy, I get squeamish because it makes it sound to our community like we're taxing them more than we're supposed to or more than we need to. That's not the case. It just means that we're collecting more than we're obligated to repay in the current year. And that all has to do with how we structure the repayment. And collecting more in a given year allows us to pay down that debt faster. And so that word always makes me uncomfortable. But I'm to Trish's point, I guess I'm okay here. The thing, as I mentioned before, that I want to make sure we avoid is we always want to keep reducing the rate, but I don't want to ever get in a position where it has to go back up. I don't want to put this board in that position. I want our community to know that we're managing finances so that rate is either steady or declining and it's not going up again.
So to that point, as Elaine, I need some guidance on this, but as we go forward and we're reliant much more on enrollment, as our revenue driver on the M&O side, is there a benefit to keeping the 46.5 as we look forward to how we resolve some of our M&O issues later on?
It does provide you more flexibility if you wanted to lower the INS in the future to offset an increase on the M&O side through a VATRE.
And just so we're clear, with this adopted tax rate, whether it's the 46.5 or the 46.25, the overall tax rate, because of the new formulas and everything, is actually going to be lower. Is that correct?
Right, correct. It's a difference of a lowering of 8.14 cents or 8.39 cents.
But they won't see it on their tax bill.
All right. That being said, Madam President, I withdraw my motion.
Do you want to make a new motion?
Madam President, I move the property tax rate for the 2021 tax year be increased by the adoption of a total tax rate of 1.3370, which includes 87.2 cents for maintenance and operations and 46.5 cents for interest and sinking, which is effectively a 1.09% increase in the tax rate as outlined in the ordinance.
Second.
Have a motion from Aaron, motion from Jim, second from Aaron. Any other discussion, board members? Now, just so you know, the option or the motion in front of us is for option number 1 with no change to INS. Are there any other questions? Okay. Are there any other questions or discussion?
I don't support that motion. So I just, putting it out there, we had the conversation to keep this plan until we had further conversation about, so I thought in this round we were committed to that. And so the next round, then it would be a different discussion. But that's just my opinion.
What are you proposing? And rather than, I didn't follow you, I'm sorry, and it's my fault because I'm.
No, it's, yeah, no, I wanted the 0.4625. I thought that was a good route, and then to reassess next year of what we're doing, like with INS and offsetting those conversations.
So I did as well, but I can't help it, y'all didn't have caffeine.
I vaguely remember an earlier motion.
Yes. However, if we have the ability to ensure that we have capacity and don't put ourselves in a position where we're going to raise the tax rate next year, and given the new structure, we are still effectively decreasing the rate this year, to me, that signals a good opportunity to kind of get the best of both worlds. So that's why, after hearing that other discussion, I'm comfortable at the 46.5.
Okay, so you're still staying with your motion, option 1?
I'm ready for a vote.
Okay. Board members, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm sorry. No. I'm confused on where, I thought.
Option 1.
I thought you took option 1 back, though.
Option 1 is off, and so the motion on the table right now is 0.4650.
Right, that is
option 1.
That's option 1 on the page. I'm sorry, we're
Okay.
confused between motion.
Okay, okay.
You did it backwards.
And that's it. So we have 4 ayes. We might have to have another motion. That's okay. All those against, raise your hand. We have 3 against. Motion carries 4-3. There's no opposed. There's your number. Jim, look at what you cost. I don't know if we're going to let you lead off on motions. We might have to.
She's the one that said she wanted option 2, so I went with that. See? Always my fault.
All right. Is there anything else you have for board, business and finance monthly reports?
I'll just mention that you have the monthly financial for both June and July this month. We are getting back on a cycle where we're only 1 month behind rather than 2. And then on the monthly tax collection report through July, we are this year tracking to be very comparable to prior years at 99%. So
Okay.
that's it.
All right, well, there we go. That takes care of our item number 7. Any questions on that? We are going.
My only question was, I got confused with all of that, and I really did want option 2. So I'm looking over and just, sorry, I'm tired, and Dr. Gearing threw me off, and so my apologies with that, everyone. But it passed, so it doesn't really matter, but just wanted to say that.
What she's saying is she wanted to
Thanks,
get on the
Lauren.
winning team.
Okay, y'all. We're going to take just a 5-minute break. Go stretch your legs, get something to drink. We're almost done. We've got a little bit of governance left.
All right, board members, it is 12:28. We are coming back in a session, and we are going to wrap up our lengthy agenda. There's been a whole lot of work here. Thank you so much, trustees and administration. I feel like we've gotten to concentrate a lot on learning, student experience. Let's go back, though, to our governance section. We're going to consider an endorsement of candidate.
We really need this one. You can't leave this one out.
Okay. We'll go back up one more. Let me go to student experience. Consider approval of remote conferencing, remote homebound waiver for students served in special education. You do it.
I move to allow LISD administration to seek waivers from TEA to request that remote instruction and/or remote homebound be provided to 19 students and counted as classroom time for either foundational school program or homebound funding purposes, and count students in attendance when remote instruction is provided.
Second. I have a motion from Alexis and a second from Anna. Kimberly, is there anything you want to tell us about this agenda item?
Y'all did such a beautiful job. No, I was going to steal Elaine's line, but she got to go before me. I was going to say good morning. So good morning. Thank you. Y'all just jumped right on in.
All right. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to governance now. Consider endorsement of a candidate for the TASB Board of Directors Region 13C position. Board members, last time we talked about this, I know there were some names mentioned, or there was one name mentioned, and I said I don't think I would vote because I'm a CTSBA president, and there are some members who are both asking for endorsement, and I didn't want to choose one or the other. I need you to know that what I decided is I won't say who my favorites are. I have a few in here. If y'all pick one of them, I'm voting for them. So there you go.
I move the board endorse the candidacy of, Renee Mitchell from Pflugerville ISD to fill the TASB Board of Directors Region 13C position.
I second.
Okay, motion from Gloria, second from Anna. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? Okay, 6 ayes, no nays. 1 abstention. Motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. Consider appointment of the delegate and alternate to the Texas Association of School Boards 2021 Delegate Assembly. Right now, they are still planning to do that in person.
I move that Anna Smith be appointed as delegate and Christine Maurer be appointed as alternate to the 2021 Texas Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly.
Second.
I have a motion from Alexis, a second from Jim. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. For Christine and Anna, y'all will be getting packets, so please feel free to read through those. I'm also there with the LACs. If you have any questions, let me know. So, y'all do great. Y'all have fun. All right, consider approval of the Travis County Election Services contract.
I have good news for you too, because Williamson County didn't get us their contract in time, so we'll have to bring that to the next meeting. So just for your next agenda item, we can defer that till next time. But ultimately, this is just the agreement in order for them to co-run an election with us, and the only changes you'll see in that document are really de minimis. Their dates, contact individuals, stuff like that. So we're recommending it for approval.
For Travis?
For
correct?
Travis County,
Okay.
that's correct.
I move
And
the board
we'll bring
approve
Williamson County next time.
the Travis County Election Services Agreement. Sorry, Sean.
Second. I have a motion from Alexis, a second from Christine. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. You are getting a bit giggly. Okay, Williamson County is going to be moved to our next agenda. I need admin, superintendent. Am I missing anything? Because I'm getting ready to move us into closed. Need eagle eyes to make sure I moved us around a little bit. We moved through policies, talked about graduate profiles, strategic plan. It's still not 1 a.m. Okay. All right, we're going to move into closed sessions. Board members, 12:33, and we'll go into closed sessions for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberate deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. And Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of the employment of chief of staff. There will be no action in closed session. We will come back out to open session for any motions. Board members, it is 1:02 a.m. and we are back in open sessions. Are there any motions from closed?
I got motions. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Dr. Laura Lynn Atterbury for Chief of Staff for the Office of Superintendent, one-year probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Have a motion from Anna, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrative probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policy, and contract of the Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with salary scale, policies, and contract of the Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
Motion from Jim, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Board members, y'all have done a tremendous amount of work. If there's no objections, we will adjourn this meeting at 1:03.